And I'm dual career and just trying to learn as much as possible from other. I'm not so much focusing on investment right now, but more just buyers and sellers for residential. But my goal is to be able to add commercial later down the line.
And you have bought basically an investment property.
But yeah, help paying my, but yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
So, but I'm hoping kind of even, I do have a lot of, clients, or not clients, but so much like people in our community that are, very, business oriented, so I have been getting asked a lot by, hey, help us find a commercial property.
Mm.
So I'm kind of like, which, by the way, I'll talk to you later, Kristen, because I need someone really good, like recommendation for someone I can send or refer clients to.
Okay.
Commercial.
Okay.
Yep.
Awesome. Well,
My name is Amy Williams. I know a lot of you from the Launch Program, and I joined just a year ago.
coming out on if you
I became an agent and joined Keller Williams, and I loved everything about Elvis and learned so much from Launch. And I graduated, and I'm on a team, the Austin Short Group, which I joined at the same time as Launch. I'm just learning and growing in residential. Eventually would love to do investments also, but my big why is just fully funding my 3 kids' college, so that feels like a never ending empty well at this point.
Yes.
But I will say I successfully put my daughter through her first semester. And
Yay.
left over for the next semester, and all those things, so that's like, right, that's like on my way.
No, that's huge. That's huge.
Yes.
That is a huge win. That is a huge win.
Yeah.
And I know you just sat down, but when you introduce yourself and then we'll go on the other side of the room.
I'm Anna. I've been here since September. I'm a dual agent. I clean offices as my, other dual career.
She owns a clean business.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah, it's a spa franchise. Yeah. I'm trying to scale both at the same time, so sometimes it can be rough, but, gotta do what you gotta do.
Thank you. We'll come over here.
I'm Olivia, I've been here a little over a month. I also work as a surfer. It's a job, and right now I'm working on experience in residential bias as always, but I wasn't in testing. Eventually, it's going to be it.
Love that. You, sir.
Oh, I'm Jeff, Deshawn. I have been here since like September, and I have literally no background with literally any of this. And so
It's okay.
if
Who else has had real estate experience before? None of us.
even like business or anything.
Some people don't come from business, Amy. Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
Professional organizer.
But I think it's important to share that, because I don't want you to feel alone that you're the only person who didn't come with a certain background to this. That's why I have people share.
If I make literally one transaction, I'll consider this venture a success because it's more than I've ever done with anything.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Well,
Sure.
Yes.
Great.
my name's Ellie. I've been here about 8 months, I believe. And I come from owning like a window cleaning company, but still pretty young and didn't go to college for the thing. And I'm working on buying my own first house / investment, like a duplex. So,
Yay. Yeah, I love these young entrepreneurs. I'm gonna be honest. When I was her age, it was about you go get a job, you work for somebody, you get benefits. You don't try to go build a business. That's too scary. That's too risky. And then I went into the corporate world, worked towards the corporate world. I've had a lot of jobs. I've had a lot of different jobs. I cleaned houses when I was in college because that's how I had to make money. Yeah, it was one of the best ways to make money in a short period of time. It was
Tax free.
And I did that as my extra money while I went to college. But I will tell you that working for someone else is not always very secure. Because the reason I got into real estate was because I was miserable in my corporate job. I was miserable. And I had a good job. I made 6 figures. I had a good job. I had to do corporate travel. My daughter was young. I started traveling back right after I had her at like 3 months. I went back to corporate travel, a couple times a month. I did not like it. I did not like what I was asked to do all the time. And so I got my real estate license. I got it because the reason of a lot of people get it. Did anybody have this experience? We bought a house before I got my real estate license and sold a house. And I thought, well, I did all the marketing flyers because I didn't like what my agent did. And I came up with, we were right off of Ward Parkway, right over here by Ward Parkway Shopping Center. And it was in November that I put my house on the market. Great time. It got dark so fast. And that was before they had reflective signs, yard signs. Now, many of them are reflective, so when headlights hit them, you can see them. What? I put a spotlight on mine. And I'm thinking, it's 5 o'clock, it's dark, people are going by and they can't see it, and I was just one house off of Ward Parkway. And I'm doing all of this, and I'm thinking, my agent's doing this much. And so I thought, I could do this, and I wouldn't have to travel, and I would work for myself. So I got my real estate license going to school at night, the Career Education Systems, right over there at Ward Parkway. And then I was scared to quit my corporate job. Because that's scary. Oh my gosh. And I was the major bread earner for my household. So stopping that paycheck every 2 weeks and benefits. So guess what happened after 3 months of me having my license and referral? Guess what happened? Guess who got downsized?
Oh, your company that you worked for, you would have lost.
My department and I went away. I
Wow.
had a small little department and we went away. Now, there was a little bit of a silver lining in that because I'd been there long enough, I got a good severance package, but it wasn't like something that would carry me a whole year. So when I was new, I left the gate running like a crazy woman. Cause I had to make money. I had to. And so it's like my hair was on fire, literally, not just cause it's red, but literally it was on fire. Because I had to do anything and everything possible to make this work. There was no room to fail. I had no room to fail. And so I was fortunate, my fear became my fuel. Probably not the healthiest fuel, but it worked. For some people, unfortunately, fear will just shut you down. For me, it just made me run faster. Now, that doesn't mean, remember, I didn't have any training, I didn't have a mentor, I didn't have a coach, I didn't have a program to tap into. My broker didn't even return my calls when I was writing my first offer. He's a lovely man, but he didn't, I'm calling at 7 o'clock, at 6 o'clock at night saying, I'm gonna write my first offer. I didn't hear from him.
How did you do?
Yeah. Line by line. Well, you're an attorney too.
So, but still,
Yeah.
I hadn't done real estate law. I mean, you still feel lost.
Yes.
I might have had a little bit more base knowledge than the average person, but you've written an offer. How nerve wracking is it anyway
Oh.
to do?
So scared.
Yeah, it is.
As Linda comes in the room.
Telling
us everything.
So,
Actually, she's the one who's really helped answer a lot of my questions.
yes, so I didn't have any of that. And that was very, very nerve wracking. And so that first time I was writing an offer, Anna, I literally, my client was gonna meet me at the office at 7. I had to get there about 6. I'm driving to my office and I am praying there's a car or two in the parking lot. Please, please, please let somebody be there. Please, please, please let somebody be there. I'd already called and left a message from my broker. I'm not hearing from my broker and I'm like, crud, 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 crud. That's not really what I said, but crud, 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 crud. I go in, there's one car in the parking lot. So I go in the office and I'm like, I'm running, literally running through the office to try to find whoever's there. I find her in this back office. I said, I'm writing my very first offer. Is there any way you could help me? She goes, well, I have to leave in 15 minutes. I'll do what I can. You know, that wasn't very much. And I wrote an offer and yeah. Yeah, that's probably,
Did it close?
it did close. I did close, but remember, I almost made that error by not waiting for the radon test to return before I submitted my inspection notice, because I didn't realize that cut everything off. I thought I was just notifying them that I was doing inspections. And so that's why I didn't sleep that night until the radon results came back. Because I knew I would have to pay for that if I screwed that up. So we did, and thank goodness. I hope for most of you, your first client is a first time home buyer because she didn't know what I didn't know. And to this day, I've never confessed she was my first. She's moved out of state, but we're still Facebook friends and I've never confessed, you were my first. But she didn't know what I didn't know. And I had a crazy co-op agent. I mean, crazy mean. Every time I talked to her, she yelled. Yelled. When she called the office asking for me, she'd yell at them too. I had to get my broker involved. And he talked broker to broker. And came back and said, well, I talked to her broker. She said she's on medication. And I said, not enough. She needs more. And the brokers had to be involved because she was so caustic and so disruptive in this transaction. And I'm thinking, what is wrong with people? I came from a corporate world, at least we may not have always been perfect to work with, but we weren't having like outbursts, at least not in my environment. There weren't like public outbursts of people yelling, right? So that's why when I say we don't forget our first year, I'm sure Linda remembers parts of her first year in real estate vividly. It does not leave you. Well, let's get started. And I'm going to actually read you something in here, and it's not in your book, and you will see on the slide, as we progress through the slides, it will have the page number in the workbook that will align with that slide. And they don't align with every slide, but it'll give you where in the workbook we are as we go through this, okay? So what I wanted to start with is this, Jay Papasan. So you guys need to know who Jay Papasan is. Does anybody know who Jay is?
Angel was saying the other day, he also helped Keller. Someone Williams.
He also helped write this.
Yeah, Derek Keller.
He's a top person in leadership at Keller Williams International. He's actually came from the book publishing industry before he joined Keller Williams. So he's very familiar with writing books and publishing books. So he's been on a lot of joint publications, and this one he wrote himself. So you'll see him on the stage at Family Reunion and other big Keller Williams events. Jay's up there a lot with Mary Keller. So you need to know who Jay is. He's a lovely man, hard worker, down to earth, lovely man. And he wrote this book, and what he has here in the foreword, I think is important. The Tao of Taco. We're going to talk about taco. So he says, what do tacos have to do with you being a new agent and launching this new business? Says, well, tacos are delicious. We're not talking about tacos as a Mexican dish. He's talking about Taco, his dog. And he and his wife Wendy runs a very big team, a real estate team in Austin, Texas. So they live, breathe, eat real estate. But they have this dog Taco, and Taco is a Brittany. Did anybody know what a Brittany dog is? A hunting dog. It's a pointer. My dad was a hunter. We had Brittany's. They are very high strung. They're a little bit wacky, but they're very sweet dogs. And so they got Taco, they adopted Taco 10 years ago. And Taco lives a certain way. Taco has a way of life. A cow that it lives by, that he lives by. And he's very energetic. Brittany's are very energetic. They're a lot like a healer or some of those other working dogs, but very high strung. And they're bred for bird hunting. Matter of fact, my dad had one. And she didn't last long. He had to rehome her because she was afraid of gunshot. She'd hide under the bed or she'd wet the floor. Poor little girl. She wasn't gonna make it very long. But they're known for their work ethic and their versatility. And Tao, the word Tao, T-A-O, is a way of life, a code, a doctrine. And so he says, if Taco was going to write his Tao of Taco, here's what it would sound like, according to Jay. Number one, and there's 6 points to Taco's Tao of life. One is always greet strangers. Some dogs bark when the doorbell chimes, but Taco is ready to greet people. And I don't know, they're also a dog that has a little stump tail. And so when they wag their tail, their whole bottoms wag. Have you seen those dogs? It's more the whole bottom's going than anything else. He loves every stranger is an opportunity to make a new friend. Number 2 is presentation matters. Taco is almost, he says, like a feline in his obsession with grooming. He has to look good. He wants to be neat and clean. He doesn't like to be dirty. He'll comb out burrs himself because, you know, if you're a hunting dog, you get into brambles and bushes. And then number 3 is be diligent for opportunity. So Taco thinks when they take him out for a walk, every bush, every tree, many things that Wendy and Jay can't see, he wants to investigate. He wants to see it. He wants to smell it. He is always vigilant.
Vigilant.
Thank you, vigilant. I don't know why it wouldn't come out. Vigilant, that's it. Vigilant, because he's always curious and he's always on point. He's a pointer, right? Number 4 is focus for success. Once he detects prey, like a bird or a squirrel, what have you, he sees nothing else. The whole world falls away and all he's looking at is that bird or that squirrel. Does anybody have a dog or a pet like that? Yeah. They're like, you can't pull them away. You literally have to like drag them away because they're just like super focused. And for Taco, that focus of his will not end until the bird flies away. As long as you can see that bird, he's like laser focused. Number 5 is Taco follows his passion. He's the happiest when he's out in the field running around because that's what he's bred for. He loves that. And he's always thinking about hunting. Obviously, he can't help himself. It's his passion. I don't know why this keeps going. Number 6. He loves having his pack. Meaning he's got a group of dogs that he loves and he associates with, because dogs are a pack animal, right? And he loves to be with his either dog, other animal, because they've got other animals in their house, or with his people pack. He's happiest when he's with them. He's not good when he gets separated from them. So what Jay says is from this Tao of Taco, let's kind of translate this into real estate and how this relates. And what Jay will tell you is he and Gary have interviewed hundreds, if not thousands, of successful agents over the years. Matter of fact, this book here is based on them interviewing hundreds of agents to figure out what did they all have in common? What were the common themes? What were the common focus of them? What made them successful? And there were commonalities. So he says, change a few words, and the Tao of Taco could easily be the Tao of the rookie real estate agent. So let's see how these translate. Okay. Number 1. What was number 1? The roots are agents. Top agents are world-class connectors. They don't simply meet strangers, they connect. They stay in touch and they build relationships. If you haven't heard me say it before or anyone else say it, we are in the relationship business. We're not in the house business. Houses are the byproduct of what we do. People, that's our real job. And you build a successful real estate business by developing relationships. No, it's not like you have to start brand new. You already have relationships. Now, it's usually adding to those relationships you already have to grow a business. You already have relationships, so don't think that's something that you've got to come up with. You've already got some to start with. Number 2 was presentation matters. The idea of, this is relative to idea depending on where you live or where you serve, but in Austin, it tends to be laid back. And you're likely to see jeans and flip-flops at an open house. But it has designer labels and Italian shoes. So you can see both, but it's a very laid back. Has anybody been to Austin? Keep Austin weird. That's their tagline, keep Austin weird. It's a different, for a Texas city or town, it's very different. It's a university town. It is the state capital. It is one of the tech capitals in the US. It's just a really interesting mix of people that make it different. So a lot of people say Austin's weird. Top agents show up as professionals in every way. It's not all about what you wear, even though I will tell you that I bet those that are coming in jeans and flip-flops, those are clean jeans. Those are not your dime store flip-flops. Matter of fact, does everybody know who Blake Nelson is in our office? Some of you don't. Millionaire agent, he's the one in the luxury department over by Lowe's and KC at the end of the hall. He and his team. He's in jeans often. Except they're like, I think they go to the dry cleaners. Yeah, and they're crisp. And if he's going on an appointment, then he's gonna have a jacket on with those jeans. So he looks casual, but very professional. Makes sense? So presentation does matter. Don't look like you just roll out of bed. That's why in real estate, I got up every morning and I got ready for work. Because once you start lead genning at a very heavy level, you don't know when you're gonna get that call. And I don't live close to the office. I can't go home and change my clothes at the drop of a hat. And you probably can't either, especially if somebody wants to meet in an hour and see a house. Like if you're working with any buyers, they can call you on a moment's notice and say, oh my God, this house just came on the market. I wanna go see it now. And you're looking, what? I got up and I got dressed every day, come to work. Also, I didn't know any different, I didn't know any different. I came from the corporate world. I was just used to getting up every day and going to work. Actually, it served me well. 3, be the vigilant.
Vigil.
Thank you. I do know how to say it, just not today. Be vigilant for opportunity. Top agents are always lead generating. And I know for some of you that's like, oh, don't do that. That's not the fun part. That's not the part I really want you to talk about. Well, let's say it differently. They're always connected. If lead generating gives you like the willies in saying that, then let's reframe that. It's about connecting. It's about building relationships, strengthening relationships. But you have to have a nose for opportunity. When you hear someone talking about buying a house, I swear in a restaurant, your ears will go. It's like a radar that goes off. Anytime you start hearing people talk about it, your head's gonna turn. Because that's what's on your brain. They focus on success, just like Taco. Once they have a prospect, they know what it takes to win a client and convert them from a customer to a client. They know what to say. They know how to handle the objections, the questions. Objections are just questions. It's usually not them pushing back, it's them having the desire to have more clarity. So don't get like, oh, they're pushing back on me. No, they probably just need some clarity. And many times, it's patience and follow-up are required. Those of you who've been doing this a little bit, you're gonna know. That not everybody you meet is gonna be now. And please do not throw them away or put them aside and neglect them. Because their now could be in a month, their now could be in 2 months. And if you toss them because they're not now, then you won't have them when they're ready. 5, follow your passion. Are any of you worried about doing lead gen and not liking it at all? Honest, okay? Okay, yeah, let's be honest. I didn't like the thought of it. Matter of fact, I got myself in the beginning. I love marketing. Love designing stuff and getting creative and everything. So I spent my time on marketing because I thought I had to have everything perfect before I could go do lead gen, but really it's me just putting off lead gen. Because it sounded so dreadful. Because in my head, I thought, oh my gosh, Olivia, I'm gonna have to cold call people and you could just shoot me for that, right? I can do it now. I'm not gonna tell you I love it, but I do it. But follow your passion, because here's the thing, real estate can be challenging. It is competitive. It's not as competitive as you think though. There are very few times that you're gonna be competing against another agent, especially if you look at the statistics. Statistics are most buyers only talk to one agent. And if you connect with them, then you're it. Now, sellers might want to talk to a couple of agents, but most of them are finding their agents from friends, family, and coworkers, meaning it's a referral. So they're not talking to a lot of other agents. As a whole, percentages are low. So agents who rise to the top love what they do. That's what we're going to talk about, bless you, is why you want to do real estate. And that's where we're gonna talk about big why, is if you don't know why you're in this, then you're probably not gonna have enough of this. That's your motivation, your drive to take you forward to build this business, because it's not easy. Nobody said it was easy. Well, if you watch TV, it looked easy. You watch HGTV, that house hunter, 3 houses and the agent's hardly there. They just open the door and then then they just pop up at the end and say, which house is it? What?
And they only show 3.
And then I show 3. Oh my God, in our dreams. You know that's all staged. So actually, the house has already been found and they have to recreate the experience. We've had some of our agents be on House Hunters a while ago. So it's all staged. None of that is real. But they have found, the most successful agents have found how to do this business in a way that they're passionate about. If you love helping people, this is one of the best careers you could have, because you're helping people. Matter of fact, when I talk to recruits or people who want to get into real estate, that's one of the main things I listen when I say, why real estate? And of all the things you could do, why real estate? And one of the things I love hearing is when they say, I love to help people. Because you have to love to help people to be able to do this job and do it well. But you also have to find out what resonates in real estate for you and what you're passionate about and what you love. And then 6 is find your pack. Just like Taco has his pack, his human pack and his other animal pack. You cannot do this alone. You can't. You cannot succeed alone. Now, most of you will be solo agents, but you still need others to succeed and do this job. Even solo agents surround themselves with other professionals and peers because they need that support. That's one of the things that's most powerful about our launch program. It's not me, it's not the coaches. We do bring value. It's really you all, the community. But I'm gonna encourage you, get to know each other because you need peer partners. There may be a time, Anna, where you're at the other job and you cannot get away and you have a buyer that needs to see a house. And you can't say to them, oh, can't do it. No, you want to be able to say, great. I'm at an appointment right now, because don't tell me you're at the other job. But I will find someone to show that house to you. Make sense? Any of you that have more than one job, that you're dual career in this, and even if you're not, even if this is full time for you, there are going to be times you cannot be everywhere. So I had a group of agents that we were new together, and you bond, we're new together, you do. It's nice to have somebody others to commiserate with and to support you and cheer you on and sometimes to nudge you. And those were my peer partners. And so if I went out of town, they watched my business. If I got sick, I could call on one of them. If I had a conflict in my schedule, one of them would help me. I had peer partners and I couldn't have done it without them. And you will too. So that's the Tao of Taco and how it relates to real estate. Okay, I liked that a lot because
You need to know that this is a journey. I do need to talk about some legal stuff here, especially with Linda in the office. Oh, let's get this back up. Since it keeps popping out. When it does it that much, it kind of leads me to believe somebody keeps kicking me off. But maybe not, it could just be the technology. Because I've done that. Since we can all share on here, I've kicked people off clicking the wrong room. Okay, let's get back to our, okay. So let's do this. Let's talk about some legal disclaimers and stuff. Material from this, like I said, is from the Rookie Real Estate Agent book. Commissions, notice, commission are not set by law or practice and are fully negotiable.
Don't ever say, everybody charges this. Or it's required that I charge that. Or the average commission is this, what do you charge? And if you have not thought through that, you need to think through that, talk to your coach. Because you need to make the business decision, how much do you charge a buyer to work with you? How much do you charge a seller to work with you? It is fully negotiable, it always has been, but it is now more important than ever because of the lawsuits last year. That said that we were in collusion and we were setting commissions as an industry. We weren't. Always been negotiable. However, some agents have been out there saying, oh, the average is, everybody charges this. I'll go smack you around lovingly. If you say that, I'll say, stop it. And so she'll be even nicer. She won't smack you around my title. But it's to protect you. Here's something you need to know. Those big lawsuits, almost all of the large brokerages, literally to settle that, had to pay tens of millions of dollars. And guess what? The lead attorney for that class action suit, guess where he lives? Kansas City. Bless you. In Kansas City. So guess where he hears about what agents are doing? In Kansas City. So don't be saying those things because we are up close and personal. The person who sued the pants off of us. Not that I agree with the judgment because I don't think they truly understood, or I know they don't understand our business. The attorney part of me wanted to go argue in front of them. Because I would listen to the testimony and stuff, I'd be like, I would have made this point. So that they would understand more clearly. Warning, you must comply with the TCPA. Do not call. Oh, do not forget. In Digital Chalk, you all have a requirement to knock that out. There are 4 things you have to knock out in Digital Chalk before Friday. If you cannot do it before Friday, please reach out to me and let me know. But in order for you to continue, well, it's required no matter what, but in order for you to continue getting the daily FSBO expired and canceled list email that comes to you, you would have to do that. And that is mostly to protect this woman in the back row. And don't we all want to protect Linda?
Yeah.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. No AI training. Without in any way limiting the author, publisher's right, use of this public to train AI technologies is expressly prohibited. So you can't feed this into AI, is what they're saying. That's the first time I've seen that kind of disclaimer. Actually, it's not a disclaimer, notice. So, okay, that's the legal stuff, right? Let's keep going. Okay, here's what we're gonna focus on today. Mindset is what we're gonna jump into, and then we're gonna do that for 30 minutes and then take our lunch, come back before 1, as fast as you can, eat your lunch in here, come back. We'll finish up mindset. We're gonna get into habits. How do you establish good business habits? Good ones, not bad ones. Bad habits are really easy. Good habits, dang, why are they so hard? Like me getting on the treadmill every morning. I did this morning, but it's all the way in the basement. So like, oh, I'm supposed to be down there. Financial goals, we're gonna talk numbers. We're gonna talk numbers because you have to think about what this looks like. Because if you don't have number goals, you don't know where you're going. And you can't create your roadmap. And then part 4 is gonna be about database, and then we're gonna do some practice. We're gonna have some fun. I know you're thinking, oh crud, role play, she's gonna make us talk to each other. Yeah. We'll all be uncomfortable together. Okay? It won't be just like one of you. We all get to do it. Okay? Any questions about that? Okay, mindset.
Are you ready? Are you all ready to fall in love with real estate? First, I want to ask you all, how do you feel about real estate? Are you loving it? Are you liking it? Or is it still so new, you're not sure how you feel? You're a little ambivalent? Who loves it?
Well, I feel like I still have a really good.
But right now you love it. Okay. That bubble has not been burst yet.
I'm not love and hate relationship.
Yes. Tell me more, share more. I appreciate the transparency.
Like, I absolutely love it. I know that for the last 15, 20 years, all I have heard from people is that I will be just really good at it. Like, that's, I don't know if it's because I connect with people, I'm easy to talk to, whatever the case may be. And I have this passion for the housing, the real estate, the buying and selling and all of that stuff. I have that, but just kind of getting this started off the ground. I don't know if in my head, I just thought it would be so much more easier and I kind of set myself up for that failure. So that's where the hate kind of comes in because I'm just like, what is happening? Like I want to do better, I want to do more, but I keep hitting these roadblocks. So that's kind of.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that because it can be a love-hate. This is not easy. This isn't rocket science. So truly, almost anybody can do this. But what we do is not easy. Meaning there's so much more to it than just showing a house and someone saying. There's so much that can go on, Amy.
So what I have found kind of similar, there's a hate side, different though than what she's sharing, is there's a perfectionist in me that wants to do this right.
Mhm.
And I wanna do that for my clients, you know, but that's my number one. Is I wanna be proficient, but you really can't be until you jump in. And
Yes.
each transaction is different, and so you just learn through each one of those transactions, and that still has me unglued, like, I just had my 5th transaction, and I woke up this morning, I told my husband, I just have this angst, and he's like, well, what is it? And I was like, well, the next transaction, I don't even know what it's gonna look like, and that's that unknown of what will be the issues, I wanna be prepared, I wanna be knowledgeable. And he was like, well, you've made it through these other ones, and things come up, and you reach out to resources, find out what needs to happen, you know, just kind of coaching me through, but there's that side of just, I don't know. And the other thing is that I think is hard, is all of these books that you point to, any book out there is always about going out and getting the client, lead generation, it's all the sales side and the relationships and things like that. That's not what I want. I want to be like, if this, then this, if this, then this, if this, what the things that come up within the transaction, that stuff is like, there's nothing out there for that. It's literally just fly the plane and build it as you're going and learn as it comes. And that is what I mean, you know?
Yeah,
And
I get that.
Write the book.
Because how long would that book be, Linda? And we don't even know all of
Right.
that.
Well, and then I shared this with Austin and he's been an agent for almost 10 years and he's like, oh yeah, I still learn through every single transaction. And I'm like, don't tell me that. Don't tell me, I'll be feeling this way for 10 years. Like I went to this one conference and I'm like, what would be your walkout song as an agent? What song? And I was like, oh, that song by Taylor Swift, like you gotta fake it till you make it. Like I play that song before every meeting that I have, like I'm in my fake it till I make it era. I think is the hate side for me that she's talking about.
Yeah.
Is I want to be that knowledgeable agent who's been doing it for 20 years. But I can't just get to that, like I just go.
And I'm not, kind of bursting the bubble.
Yeah,
Even after 23 years.
Yeah.
I still don't know it all.
And things
Linda,
like
do you know it all?
protocols change.
And she's a worker.
Right, I know.
It's just my personality.
No, it is,
But I
but
also
that's
love
okay.
learning, you know, while I continue to take these.
But
I'm a
that-
Professional learner.
And that's what you do. That's why we're so learning based, is because we know with building skill and knowledge,
Yes.
that will make you a great agent.
Still just.
If you do it only by the seat of your pants and don't build your skill level and your knowledge as you're learning, then you're gonna have bad surprises. Whereas when you start building skill and knowledge, you'll start to see red flags in a transaction faster than you do right now.
Yeah.
Make sense?
Yes, so true.
You'll be like, ooh, I'll give you an example. My husband says, how often do you tell on me in front of others? I said, all the time. I use it as an example all the time. Had a transaction, he has a listing, had a listing. It went under contract, it was a contingent offer, but a really solid buyer. I mean, she's putting like over 100,000 down. I mean, everything looked really good. Looked really good. And I say to him, and that was like on a Friday or Saturday, and it's like Monday, and I said, hey, do you have the earnest check? Have they scheduled inspections? He goes, no, I think everything's okay. And I said, those are 2 red flags in my book right now. Woo. Because the agent had been so attentive up until that point. And so I'm thinking, yeah, and he's more, he is laid back. If you've not noticed, I am not laid back, I'm not, I'm wired hot. I can't help it. It's just am wired tight. And lo and behold, he calls and reaches out to the agent and finds out that the buyer's buyer, that the deal is falling apart. And so his buyer, for his listing, is not wanting to move forward with such uncertainty. I said, your warning signs were there. He said, well, I'm like, they were there. He goes, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. I'm like, yes, I am. So you build that knowledge, and there are certain aspects of this business for certain personality types, they're gonna hit us differently. I'm a preparer, Amy, I'm a checklist gal, you know, I wanted it all perfect. And if I hadn't had the pressure that I had to make money, I would have been stuck in the world of making it perfect. That preparing to prepare. And I know that's part of my personality, and I have to fight myself to get past that. And say, you're gonna prepare, but it may not be to the level you're comfortable with. So the things that cause you angst or discomfort in this business, you're gonna have to find a way to manage through it. And not let it hold you back, because that's gonna be that mindset. Real estate is a wonderful career opportunity. I'm certain that's why all of you are on this journey, is because you see opportunity in this industry for you. For those who are willing to put in the effort, the rewards are great. Here's why, when I talk to people getting into this business, I do not glamorize it, I do not gloss it up. I'm gonna tell you the real deal. I'm gonna tell you, you may not make money right away, matter of fact, most likely won't make money right away. Even if you got a buyer on day 1, you gotta take them out shopping. And you could get lucky and maybe find them a house in a week. Or it may take 6 months. And during that time, they're paying you nothing. Those 6 months that you're showing in the houses, you're making Zipolo, right? So it's not easy, and that's why it's hard to have those expectations, Amber, meet, because, and here's the other thing, I have a feeling, Amber, that when you've put your mind to other things, you were able to succeed a lot faster. And this is taking longer than what you're used to. And that's been challenging. I get that. Does that make sense? So you gotta prepare yourself for this journey because this is not one for the faint of heart. And you are gonna work hard. And most of you are gonna juggle another job and that's not easy. You have to really want it to succeed in this business. Because those are that just wanna try it, actually say there is no try. That's also something they used to say in bold all the time, there is no try, just like Yoda said, there is no try. Either you're committed or you're not. Because it doesn't work on try. At least I haven't seen it work on try. Maybe limited success. Instead of wondering whether you can succeed in real estate, ask why not me? Why can't I do this? Now, here's what I will tell you though, you're gonna see other people succeeding. And you're gonna feel like, well, what am I not doing? What's wrong with me? Everybody's path is different. And you may see some people have early success and then they stall out. You might think, oh, why are they so lucky? But Eliana, where's your business come from?
Family connections, and I have like a family friend that's a lender, so he gave me a lead. But I actually hesitated to say this, I was just thinking that, because I don't want to discourage anyone, but I've held like 25 open houses. And I've had a few leads, but just none of those has ever worked for me.
Well, not yet.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. It's not now until we feel discouraged because you want now. Understandable.
Yeah.
But that's why I like taking, where did your business come from, Amy?
The first one did come from an open house, and I think it was, but I had done a lot of them, but the reason was, they literally wanted to buy that house right then. And there was a deadline in 3 hours, and so I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna call a lender, and sat down in somebody's living room to write it, because I'd never done it before. And then they call and they're like, this is crazy, like, it's too soon. And then.
Slow the train.
Yeah, but then I knew they were hot, they were qualified, yeah, I knew some things, and so I just continued to work with them by calling them, emailing them.
How long did it take for them to bubble back up?
That was March until, we probably didn't go look at houses till the end of April, beginning of May.
Okay.
And
So,
then
couple
we
months.
searched, and they finally, and then we went under contract, and we canceled that contract, I mean, it took forever. But they were the most lovely couple, but then, so that did come, and it helped because it was like, they were ready to go, so I had already started calling them on the phone as soon as we left the house, and there was just that back and forth already.
Yeah,
And
so your relationship sped up. It was
Yeah.
put into high gear.
You were doing that sell your house seminar, I
Uh-huh.
think, well, they already lived in a home, and so they came to that, so they just began seeing like my team, the office, the launch program, like all those things that gave them confidence, I think,
Yeah.
which is harder in like just, setting typically to build that. But then everybody else has been through my sphere, but it took me jumping over the hump of like, okay, I know so-and-so is looking for a house. I'm gonna just go ahead and text them and be like,
Put yourself out
yeah, put myself out there.
there.
It was actually Keanu, I was sitting at an MLS class, I was like, okay. Should I go ahead and just call him? And he was like, call them, and I was like, so nervous. Can I be your agent? Check yes or no. And then
That's putting yourself out there. That feels very vulnerable.
it is, and then this one that I closed yesterday happened because I was on spring break with this mom, with my senior daughter and her senior daughters, and we're eating every meal together and in the pool together, and she's talking about how they've looked for a lot for years on their own, and I'm just like, can I be the one? And, yeah, so that just happened organically through conversation, relationship.
Yeah,
I've
networking.
tried, like, in so many instances to try to spin something back to real estate if I can in some way, like,
Yeah.
I don't know, and to share it on maybe the.
The reason I have them share this information where business comes, I want to take the mystery out. Cause that's what you all are thinking. How'd she get that? How'd she
Yeah.
get that? What magic do they have? It's not magic. It's not. So we bring it out and share.
So planning just.
You all are farmers or gardeners, whether you think you have a green thumb or not, you are. You are planting seeds. Every time you're connecting and talking to people, that is planting seed.
And like social media seeds. So-
That reinforces.
Yes, like a friend called me, was like an elementary school friend, I haven't talked to her in years. I mean, we didn't go to school with each other after third grade, but because we follow each other on Instagram, she knows. my
Brought it back
family.
together.
Yeah, it was just like, hey, I'm separating, I need help, and she didn't wanna go with like her typical agent, cause she didn't want anybody to know that she was getting divorced, and it's like, she just felt safe with me, I don't know. But I think social media, she would never have known any of that, cause we don't even connect it.
Yeah.
Think that she saw all my posts,
Take the mystery out of this.
yeah.
So why not me? But there's a bold law that goes, don't compare your insides to other people's outsides. So other people's exterior and how you perceive their business. And all of a sudden we start comparing because it's human. Stop it. It's not healthy. And you're on your own journey. Everybody's business is gonna build differently. It is. You're learning and doing, but you're all on different paths. And so you have to be careful about the comparison part, okay? But you all deserve this. You all deserve to succeed in this industry at a high level. But remember, it takes this and the hard work. It will not come magically. It doesn't always come easily, but once you start putting in that work, this business is built on momentum. As things start happening, then more stuff starts happening, and then it's like building a snowman. You know how you roll that to get the big bottom, and you have to keep rolling it, but it keeps accumulating? That's how it works in our world. Come on, wake up. No, go back. Why real estate? The 5 reasons why real estate is a great career and opportunity. Freedom and flexibility. I will tell you, actually, the top 3 are this. When I talk to people, the main reasons you tell me you got in this business, freedom, flexibility, and financial opportunity. Am I right? For most of you? Yeah, okay. And then some of you will, because I want to help people. You're gonna help them. I hear this every day talking to people thinking about getting in this industry. I just really want to help people do something that maybe they haven't been able to do. Oh. Keep getting kicked off. Or just, low cost of entry. Well, it is. I'll put that in perspective, though. Yes, you're coming out of the pocket with chunk of change, right? For your licensing and the memberships. But tell me, what other startup business could you start and have the financial opportunity you can in this business under $2,500? Tell me, what kind of business could you start and make decent money? Actually, I think all of you can make 6 figures, at least by the end of your 2nd year. If you really put forth the effort, most of you can achieve that. I did, and I'm not special, I'm just a hard worker. That's the only specialness that I feel I had coming into this, is that I'm a hard worker. Because I don't know if you all know this about me, but I have a learning disability. I'm dyslexic.
So book learning is not always easy for me, and it's not always been easy. And I was the kid who did not do well in tests. I did not do well in school. Oh, the girl barely made it through high school. Okay? But I'm a hard worker because I always thought I had to prove myself to others or to myself, and I could do that with hard work.
That's easy.
Yeah.
You could be a hard worker, but if your mentality is not what it should, you're not gonna get anything out of it. So I feel like it all comes down to your mentality. That is the formula of your mentality.
Your mindset. Sharon, thank you for saying that, because it is a mindset that you can achieve regardless of your challenges. But it took me a while before I felt like my challenges were defining me for a long time in my life. That I can't do that because I'm dyslexic. I can't do this because I have these challenges. So I had to get past that mindset so that I realized, you know what? Those are just challenges, and every one of us have challenges, just different. All of it, we all have different challenges, but they're just different. Low cost of entry. So again, yes, you're coming out of, and remember, all of those expenses you had are tax deductions. So these are business expenses, which helps when tax time comes.
Well, also if you're thinking about education, so
Mm.
like for me, I have an undergrad and I was at this crossroads of, either I'm gonna go get my real estate license, or I'm gonna go become a nurse, or I'm gonna go get my master's degree. Like, and so my husband and I were like, well, if you go become a nurse or go get your master's degree, that's 2 years of zero income and just purging money. You know, and I thought, no, this is something I've been wanting to do for a long time. Let's just go, full force for 2 years, and so it's considerably cheaper than education.
Yeah, and I find Ellie, I don't know if this is the case for you, but I find a lot of younger people saying, I'm not gonna spend those tens of thousands of dollars on a college education,
Yes.
that I may never make enough money to even pay off my student debt
Yeah.
in a reasonable amount of time. Was that influential for you?
Well, and with AI, like, you just see who's gonna open these doors for people. I mean, this is
Yeah.
something that you can still do,
Yeah.
but other jobs are changing.
So I love that younger people are saying, no, I want more control of my destiny. And, I don't want to be, cause here's the thing, it gets us into number 4, no financial ceiling. The financial ceiling is you and what you wanna accomplish and how hard you wanna work. So yes, can you make $1 million in real estate? Yes. Am I gonna tell you that that's a lifestyle that all of you want? No. Some of you, I love Brett Pickett in there. He and his wife have a yearly goal of what they want to make. And once they make that, they're good. They're not looking to make $1 million. They want a lifestyle for them and their boys. That is what they want, right? So some people are wanting to just have a good life and have a good income and not go to the ceiling, not go to the sky. But you can. You can go to the sky in this business. That's up to you. But when you work for someone else, they decide. Here's what I learned in the corporate world. I learned that no matter how hard I worked, it didn't always translate into additional money or a promotion. It usually translated into more work because they love hard workers and will take advantage of that all day long. And I'm a hard worker. So I was perfect for all these companies. They're like, yeah, she works her tush off and then some. Yeah. I'm thinking, but how did that benefit me? Well, yes, I did get a good salary and I did get benefits, but the things I couldn't do because I had a corporate job, I couldn't go to all my daughter's functions, school functions. When I was an agent, I could. I don't think I missed a one. Cause I could say, if somebody says that, I wanna meet with you at 2, I'd say, you know what, I have an appointment at 2, what about 3? Never said I'm going to my daughter's school performance. I just said I had an appointment. I didn't miss those things. That's that flexibility that I love. But then there are times that it isn't flexible. Has anybody written an offer, during dinner time? Has anybody written an offer, had to leave a restaurant, go in their car and write the offer on their computer? Linda, I am. Amy? Has anybody had it interrupt their vacation?
That's a reason to go and say, because then real estate starts happening.
We do say that. We say, plan a vacation and the business will come.
That's because of all the prep that you do before you go out of town. It causes your seeds to rattle. Inside opportunity to invest. I heard from several of you when we were doing our introductions that one of the things you want to be able to do in real estate is invest in real estate. You have a front row seat to that. You have a front row seat to seeing real estate deals. Gary Keller says most of us are not taking advantage of that opportunity that's huge in front of us. Huge in front of us. Okay, let's go to page 6 and 7 in your booklet. And as we get ready to break, 6 and 7 is pages 6 and 7 in your workbook. 5 reasons to fall in love with real estate. I want you to describe in 1 to 2 sentences what each of these reasons in real estate can be, why it can be a great career means to you. So I want you to write 1 or 2 sentences on each of these. The first one is the freedom and flexibility. For me, that meant I wasn't gonna miss one of my daughter's school functions. I had the flexibility to do that. Also, the second thing on freedom for me was I had the freedom now to run a business the way I thought it should be run, not the way corporate entity told me to run it, and I didn't always feel good about what they wanted me to do. I didn't, oh my goodness, the things. Be like, we can't do that. That's illegal in the state of Missouri. I worked for a big insurance company and then we get in trouble with the insurance commission and they didn't have to go down to Jeff City and sit in front of all of the insurance people. I did. And I get beat up by, why are you doing this? And do you know you can't do this? And I just wanted to say that we're just big and dumb. Cause we were a big company and they were just, well, we do it here, let's just do it everywhere. And I'm like, no, we can't do it. Oh, let's just do it. And yeah. I didn't like that. It didn't feel good. Get to help people with their greatest asset purchase. For me, can I tell you the biggest high for me in real estate was first time home buyers? Actually, it was my last transaction before I went into management. It was a widower, he was a young widower. I think he was maybe 35. He had 2 little girls. His wife had died of cancer and she passed in the rental home that they were living in. And he wanted nothing more than to have a home, a true home for him and his 2 little girls. But that closing, we both bawled.
Yeah.
It still hits me emotionally. Because I felt I did something really good that day. Those were what made me love this job. The low cost of entry, I really, if you tried to buy a franchise, like franchises are not cheap, some are, but if you did a McDonald's franchise, do you know it would cost you well over $1 million to buy a decent franchise location? Who has that money? I don't. And even if you did a smaller one, many of them, you have to buy product to go sell. If you did a multi-level, marketing. And some of them are very successful, but you have to go buy product and have inventory. So you're gonna have startup costs there. And you will not have, most likely, the financial opportunities you can have to. While your first year is usually pretty darn hard, if you've been working really hard, that momentum starts to pay off and then money can go faster. So it goes slow, 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 and then it starts to speed up. So if I share with you, my first year, remember I told you I made 6 figures? I made a fourth of my former income in my first year. Remember, I didn't have very little training, no mentor, no coach, no program. And I was just trying anything and everything. And probably all over the place. I think I fell in the ditch 5 times. Not literally, but I didn't know what way to go. I didn't know what the path looked like. There's no one to point me in the right direction, show me the way. I had to figure that out myself. But I knew that this was up to me. And then that no financial ceiling, so that was my first year. My second year, by the end of my second year, I was within $2,000 of my corporate income. By my third year, I made 25,000 more. So that's literally an actual progression. How many startup businesses can you make 100,000 by the end of your second year? Not too many. I'm reading Amber's lips. Not too many. You can't. Inside opportunity to invest. My husband and I have done that with flipping. I wish we had bought more properties and we're still looking at that to have some rental income. But he really loved the flipping until the last flip went so wrong. And we did not make money. Contractors go bad. It's kind of like milk. They have an expiration date and they don't always, it's not stamped on them. He did several flips with this one contractor and it went well. And then the last one, he took us to the place. We tried to put used cabinets in the kitchen. Used cabinets in the kitchen. And of course, I was like, absolutely no. It's not. No, absolutely. Oh, yeah. And then you just kept coming back for money because he spent the money, but I'm sure he spent it on other things and not our stuff. So those are my 5 reasons of why real estate, why I love real estate. I could even go further than that, but, okay. When you're done with that, go get your lunch, come back. I'm gonna go get mine. Get your lunch, get back here. Lunch starts at 1:05. Okay, everybody be back by 1:05? Awesome. Okay, has this been okay so far? Great. Okay, okay, thank you for participating at a high level. Really appreciate everybody piping in and participating. Okay, we'll keep it up. I'm hungry. I don't know about you guys.
So we could eat, right? And you just gotta be here doing money.
Yep, yeah, you can go wherever you want to.
That's our breakfast gonna be here.
Well, you can do it here if you want to, but yeah, if you need to leave and go get something, go for it.
And that's your question was.
Yes. Which is, I think, as a like make peace with. There's some things people will do. Yeah.
Well, more than like this way of using my hand. And we were in that position.
Yeah, I
I
know.
don't know. Yeah, we were so young, it was only like me to do it. At that time, it was not looking weird, we had, I was looking back, we're like, oh my God. So, but I'm like, you know what, I'm not gonna have the stories sometimes, and I'm just like, if that's what they want, you know, whatever. But we just can't found anything because they want to like, really things, must for them, because these financial. Like, really happy.
And then here, so nothing regarding to the financial situation.
They may argue now, it could be a deal as little as 5, or as much as. Maybe, to the year, and so. Freeloaders. Well,
You're voting your food.
yeah, okay.
Um,
We'll go back there.
well, I'm here, probably, and
I wonder if they were food, so hopefully. That's, works out. Let me just find, I
and rare, they only use some.
Liberty from Kansas City, so price point in that sense is a little bit helpful.
Yeah.
Because if I think I have anything, it's going to be. You know, yeah.
Today is Wednesday sushi at Penthouse. And they have discounted sushi if anybody's. Again, easy and filling. Tea.
Today.
Which one? The one that,
What we're living with right now.
well, the one. No, let me show it. Yeah. No, I have so much food here, so I can see much. So. Want the people that would come to the buyers. We should buy for neighbors. So they. Are kind of interesting, like they could have bought a house. A number of years ago. But just have had a number of life circumstances that come up at one moment that I was having to like start looking. And just the idea of just like not having to think about housing. Gotcha. Is like, up there, cause like the house I went to is a lovely. We were budgeted and yes, and they would love to buy that. But. The land was like, and somebody not, never know. I'm like. This you can get really good money in great relationship. But. And he's. I think he has a lot of animals are awful. But he is actually done. So I'm talking sweethearts. Having that for his wife's like, it's really good too, right? I mean, most minorities will not do that stuff. But you know, oh, it's just too much.
How you doing? You'll be in here next week?
Oh, wow.
I'll do the sandwich.
Yes. I'll be over to the small video.
I have a shake in the office.
Doesn't sound.
Yeah. Protein shakes?
I just need to start like sending you the recipes. I think.
That'll keep you going. The protein shake, then I gotta go home and make my famous stuffing.
Oh, for tomorrow.
Smooth. I make it from homemade fresh.
Join us if you.
I gotta make stuffing for tomorrow's shindig.
I did cranberries this morning.
What is it?
I made cranberries. Who's coming tomorrow to the Thanksgiving feast?
Oh, I'm gonna be there. I was gonna bring something, but I. Quite, I don't know how the lunch gets there, so.
Well, if you can't bring anything, the only thing we ask is that is like make $5 donation to EW Cares. If you don't bring anything, because we're always
But I'll see you on Friday.
trying to support our charitable
Now, wait.
organization.
Are we having the launch,
Oh,
9:30.
thing of,
Uh-huh.
yeah,
9:30.
that was the thing, was, I was like. I don't know how to go to bring something and go to this launch thing.
Well, you can put it in the fridge or
Yeah, so
crock pot or
they,
the situation.
if you can, depending on what you want to do.
I mean, it's a pasta,
Pasta.
mac and cheese.
Okay.
I'm gonna go off on a thing.
Okay, go on.
It's pumpkin spice mac and cheese.
Okay, I
So
keep going to try.
it's not gonna be pumpkin beans. But here's the thing,
We go with that person, I was like, I.
So what we call pumpkin pie spice is a mixture of 5 spices. It's cinnamon, nutmeg, cloves, ginger, and allspice. That particular spice mix
They were just.
has been around since like the 1300s.
Yeah, cause those are all,
Yeah. So now
Important
we've got
spices.
Lisa's in it.
yeah.
So,
So we've got.
and they would put that on even like savory dishes.
Uh-huh.
So, of course, pasta is one of the world's, oldest kinds of, bread types.
Yeah.
It's just flour and water.
Yeah.
So so pasta has its own
So.
history.
Looks like.
And of course, cheese, humans have been making cheese for thousands of years.
Exactly. They never think about doing.
Well, I guess they know the cat fires are purpose.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So, it just happened by chance.
Like the.
So, Pasta with cheese
it's.
has been around for a long time. So what they would do is they would have a layer of pasta, a layer of cheese, and a layer of the spice mix. It's called powder ducha, that was sweet powder, as opposed to something called powder forte, strong powder.
Where was it? What part of it?
Europe, so France.
Okay.
As opposed to something called powder forte, which is strong powder, which had like black powder. So they would put a layer of pasta, a layer of cheese, and a layer of the powder ducha. And that was a dish known as lozenges. Because they would cut the pasta into like diamond shapes. But anyway, and so then they would layer that about 2-3 layers deep, pasta, cheese, powder ducha, pasta. Ducha. Well, sometime
So anyway.
in the like 1400s, they added meat to the dish. So it'd be a layer of pasta, a layer of meat, a layer of cheese.
Almost like a lasagna.
Powder ducha.
Okay.
Where I'm going here.
I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead.
So when they brought then tomatoes back from the New World,
Oh, yeah.
they started making meat with tomato sauce, and that's how you get like spaghetti sauce and, meat with a red sauce. Well, so then they would put that in their dish, so it'd be a layer of pasta, a layer of meat with the tomato sauce, and a layer of cheese. And somewhere in a layer of the powder ducha, somewhere along the way, they phased them out. And
They put out
began-
that center.
yeah, began going with more herbs and more herbs and like garlic and
Different taste.
yeah, more taking it more in a savory direction rather than a sweet direction.
Gotcha.
But, and then when that came over to the US in, during the
Yes.
Italian immigration in the early 1900s, that became lasagna.
For 500,000.
So I adapted, so there's a recipe from a cookbook from the 1390s,
It was a
King Richard II, called Form of Curry.
So they did.
And, well, curry just meant like cookery.
Oh, okay.
Cookery.
No.
Yeah. Eventually, the meaning got narrowed down to, but kind of like the word venison
Yeah.
in, Old English, venison was the word for just any slack meat,
Okay, not too.
not specifically deer. And so as then the French, influence came into English, we
So there's opportunity.
started using,
But it is.
words for specific animals, beef, pork, for pigs And then venison, because hunting was, because the royal hunt was an English tradition that was trained, that the Normans took up to be more relatable to English. Venison became the word for deer.
Wow.
You know that. You taught me something.
Yeah.
Have you been watching the Ken Burns American Revolution today on PBS?
No,
Just started.
no, I haven't,
It's really good.
watching that. I watched the Civil War.
This is the newest, it just came out, Sundays,
Interesting.
on the American Revolution, and he always does a good
I'll be
job.
honest, I did not know he was still alive, but,
He is, really good.
It wouldn't have.
Yeah, and so,
Literally keep it in its original footprint,
but
but add 2 stories.
what was I reviewing?
Right?
You were talking about the mac and cheese.
Right. So I adapted the recipe to, since it's just pasta with cheese, I was like, okay, let's make it mac and cheese. And so really all it is Kraft mac and cheese with the pumpkin pie spice that you get from the store. But, yeah,
Like, what do you learn from people when you're doing it?
To do all that stuff, it's probably.
No.
I've,
Yeah.
of course, I went to school for history, I have a bachelor's in history, English medieval history.
I love it.
But I've started studying culinary history.
What?
And so like the history of food, because
I think that's what he wants to.
the two things that can really tell us the most about a culture, and, there's scholars who will disagree with this, but in my opinion,
In your opinion.
the two things that can tell us the most about a culture, what a culture values, is the two things that every human, no matter where you are on the planet, what culture you come from, what background you come from, what social class you come from, the two things that all men must do is eat and die. And so the two things that can tell us the most about what a culture values is what they eat and how they eat and how they take care of their dead. And so, does the culture eat, what do they eat? Like, do they eat local game? Do they eat, eat a bunch of imported stuff? Do they eat, mainly fruits and vegetables? Do they eat mainly herd animals? Do they eat mainly wild animals? Do they grow their own agricultural?
Do they, are they meat focused or plant focused? Yeah.
And then also, how do they eat? Mostly boiled stuff, do they eat?
How they spice.
Yeah, how they spice, do they eat in communities or do they eat individually? Do they eat as family units, what social class eats?
Where are you studying all of this? What are your influences? What do you?
Mostly YouTube,
Oh.
but it's YouTube scholars, so they have sources linked in there, like the descriptions of their videos.
I think that's fascinating.
Yeah. And then the other thing is how they take care of their dead, because there's cultures that inter, there's cultures that mainly do cremation, like that's. Like a big thing that there's something called a sky burial, where they'll take them out to like a hill or something and just leave the body there and let it return to nature. Let
So
the
part of
body.
the, yeah. Who was I reading about that? That was what they did.
The Mongolians. did that a lot.
Okay.
Because because,
We just love it.
Well-
They have a lot of rock there, you can't really bury people easily.
right,
So you have to adapt to your circumstances.
they have a lot of rock and a lot of grassland, but also their main, deity that they worship called, his name is Kingbity. He's the god of the open sky,
Okay, so you
Um,
return to your father.
and so, yeah. So they believe that, that, if you put somebody face up, if you put the body face up, their spirit can escape to the sky. But if you put them face down, their spirit remains trapped. Or, it was seen as like an insult,
I love history, so I find all that fascinating. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
We could, do this and just say, the workshop and you'll pass it around, but you're ready. Scan it. Okay, everybody get something to eat? Let's start down some sushi. I will want you all to share some of your 5 reasons. That we just worked on before our lunch.
He doesn't have any burning capacity, they were so expensive. But it's not before you shot always. I was like. No, everything was like 60. But, maybe something thought.
Okay, ready to keep going? Yeah. Okay, we've got some food in us, hopefully, we're refueled, ready to go, I see, and keep eating, if you guys, you went to Taco Republic. Yum dogs. Yeah, I look at everybody's food. She went to spin. I had sushi, I was telling the others, on Wednesday at Hen House across the street, it's Sushi Wednesday and they sell it at a discount. So, and if you haven't been to the salad bar or the sushi and had Flo check you out, then you're missing an amazing experience. I love Flo, I love going over there. She is my favorite employee over there. She takes good care of me. Like, you get credit for, if you got one of their cards, you get credit for how many salads you get at the salad bar and you get them free after so many points. And she'll say to me, this is your free one, but it's not full capacity. So go get 2 more ingredients or tell me to skip it and we'll save that free salad for next time. So she coaches me on how to get the most for my free salad. I love Flo. She's my fave. Okay, so let's share. I want to hear, I shared with you all something about my 5 reasons. I'd love if a couple of you would share. We don't have to share on each and every one, but if I could have 1 or 2 people share on each one, like freedom and flexibility. Who would like to share, but they wrote down, Jeffrey?
I just have a lot of people in my life who, might, who might need something from me, and so freedom and flexibility is important so that I can be there for people when they need me. So like, if my cousin needs me to babysit it's kids, I can do that, or if my uncle, or if my aunt needs me to come and help. My uncle, well, she goes and babysits their kids, I don't know, or, I can drive my mom to work.
Gives you that freedom to help out family in a way that probably a 9 to 5 would not allow you.
Yeah.
I get that, and that's real. That flexibility for me was really important. To be able to, really be able to do some important things. Because I couldn't always do that in my corporate job. I missed things in my corporate job that I couldn't say, hey, I wanna go do, and then be like. I always say my corporate job didn't care I had a kid until she was sick, and they just wanted to know who was going to watch her.
When she was sick, or who was gonna do my work. Yeah, I did bring her to the office when she was little enough, still in the carrier and everything. I would bring her in, I would close the door and, did everybody, check in? Awesome, thank you. I have never had to go into here so many times. I don't know what the deal is, but hey, it's okay. Okay, who else on freedom and flexibility would like to share? Cecilia.
Yeah, it's like we make freedom to design my own children and to build my business on my terms.
Business on your terms.
Yeah. It allows me to balance my work, family and personal goals while still doing professional.
Yes, I love that. So that gives her the flexibility to be with her girls and do what she needs to do and build a business. Thank you for sharing that. Anybody else dive into Amber?
Even though I'm still a dual career, the flexibility part for me was something that always was a huge plus because my husband has always had traveling job. So he's kind of like gone most of the time. So with the kids, like, it's like, I want to be able to have lunch with them, like be able to spend like, be so attentive once they are home. So that part kind of, is very, very attractive because I still have two in middle school and I feel like for some children, the older they get, the more time they actually need it.
I agree. It's when we really need to be
Yes.
with them.
Yes, be really present.
I remember having a friend say, my wife, went back to work when the kids got to grade school. And then she went back to being home when they were in middle school and high school because we felt that they needed us even more
Yes.
in ways.
Absolutely, so
Yeah.
that's kind of,
And they stay up later,
yes.
and so it's like, oh my gosh, I have to be at a 8 AM job.
Oh, yeah.
They stay up till midnight, and that's when they wanna talk.
Oh,
Yes.
my kid would come. She'd come sit on the edge of my bed at 11 o'clock at night and I'd be like, oh my God.
I know.
But Paul's gotta go to sleep. And she's like, no.
While they
Yes,
absorb
we
you all day.
Yeah.
Yes. And I'm like, I can't function right now. I'm so tired, I can't even think. And then she'd get upset that I wouldn't have this long talk with her. I'd be like, you're killing me.
Yeah.
You're killing me. I love you, and I cannot be of any support right now. I'd be like this when I open. While she was talking, I'd be, and she's a tall girl. And I'd be like, oh, please, oh, please, make this short.
Same child. My husband is traveling again this week, so mine, like at 10:45, 10:50 last night, she wanted Sonic. I'm like, why?
Why and no?
Because it'll be, we can bond. And I'm
Yeah.
like,
Oh.
"We can bond at home."
Over cereal.
And you should be in bed. I'm like, why are you up?
We'll bond tomorrow. Oh, yeah, they do use that too. Okay, what about number 2? You get to help people with their greatest asset purchase. Who would like to share on that one? Amber?
I would like to add to that too. A lot of people that I'm kind of, getting in touch with and kind of like reaching out to, they are first time home buyers. Second, I am actually finding a lot of them also are looking for a home that's multi-generational. So either it's the kids kind of you know, getting a house and the parents moving in with them, or the parents and the children kind of both deciding that we're just gonna consolidate it. So it's been really interesting, and I've got actually a few of them, so,
I think that is a more common trend for generation homes. That either you, cause our kids don't really leave us, sometimes they come back. And then they'll go, but, and then parents living with their kids, so.
Well, I think that took on shape in bigger cities like Denver and New York and California for sure. They've been doing that multi-generational living. I think it's getting more common here because housing costs and things like that. My question is there like education we need from a lending standpoint, like maybe two different parties are purchasing a home together?
Well, that would be, yeah, that'd be a great, conversation with a lender
Yeah.
on what would that look like? Anybody can be on a loan if they qualify.
Yeah.
So you don't have to be even related to be on a loan together. You just have to qualify, and then you have to figure out ownership, how do you take title?
Right, yeah.
And that's where an estate attorney also, because you wanna make sure it would pass, if the parents' names are on there, you wanna make sure it passes without having to go into probate and that type of thing. So there's a little bit more complication to an arrangement like that we don't have to be the expert on, but we do need to be able to say, hey, if this is something you're looking at doing, a lender will help you on the financing part, but then you need to probably talk to an estate attorney to figure out how you should hold ownership and what else needs to be in, should it be put in a trust? Should it be, you know, that type of thing that would be best for your family situation.
Right.
Yeah, no, definitely, definitely.
so helping be a part of that, I think is pretty, great.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Anybody else about number 2?
I said that what I'm learning as I get into this further is, you know, there's a lot of room for rising above other agents in the way that they provide their clients. And just, I get to be an advocate for mine and provide service that I would want, you know, and what they deserve, but just what I think is just standard practice is not the case.
No, it's, remember, I hope this encourages you because this is what I learned. Most agents are average or below average, and I don't say that in a disparaging way. Actually, the odds are against them. Most agents get this much training and learning, okay? So they never learn to run a business. This teach you actually how to be a business owner. There's a difference between just being an agent and being an agent who owns a business. Does that make sense?
Where can we get that book?
This book, I'll give you a link and a discount code. I will email that to you after class so you all can get this book. But that's the difference, Amy, and so I learned very early on, it wasn't hard to differentiate myself from the crowd.
Yeah.
All I had to do was plus. And it was so easy to do to stand out.
Communicate, show up on time.
Well, those are the things that we get blasted on the most. We don't show up on time and we're bad communicators. Guess what other profession gets beat up about that too? Attorneys. Especially solo practitioners. Now, here's what I'll tell you. I actually am empathetic to those two things when it comes to agents. Because if you're busy and you have 3 deals, 4 at one time, you're juggling so much as one person that you're gonna drop balls. Because you have to juggle all of them. And hopefully we're teaching you how to juggle them so that you're not just like, everything's like chaos. But it is hard. And I think the being on time part, yeah, there's a joke, agent time. Anybody heard that yet? Agent time? Yeah, agent time is usually 15 minutes late.
We showing the house and so.
Agents have gotten listings and they have won over clients by just being on the phone. Now, here's the thing, yes, you could be like, I never do that, awful. Well, here's what happens though, not all the time, but this is why I give other agents grace. Is you have inspections in Liberty. And those inspections go wrong or go long, and then you have a listing appointment in Lee Summit. And you thought you gave yourself enough time, and then crossing the Missouri River, there's an accident on one of the main bridges.
Oh, no.
Then
Oh, a lot of traffic.
a lot of traffic, well, or those Karen this morning, you didn't know that was gonna happen. It was horrible. Well, the other day, somebody, last Wednesday night, there was an accident on the highway that made somebody late. Almost. He's going through the licensing process. So those things happen. And so that starts making us look bad. But that's why I give agents grace that, because it'll happen to you too. You just don't want that to be your habit, that you're always late, that you're always a bad communicator, that you're not following up. But I don't know about you, but here's where I fall down. And you probably will too, is all the different forms of communication. You text me, and here's the issue, does this happen to anybody else? You text me, and I look at that text, and if I cannot address it at that moment, then I get 10 more texts. And I like totally forgot. And if I was so busy that I didn't just scroll down until tomorrow and I go, oh, crap, I feel horrible. But then also then I look at my voicemail. Okay, voicemail, do not leave me a voicemail. Please, oh, please, oh, please don't leave me a voicemail.
Mine transcribes now, it has been a lifesaver.
It does, but it doesn't always land in my voicemail in a timely manner. And so I had someone recently get upset with me because I didn't return a phone call. I didn't get it for 2 days. And it sounds like an excuse when I say I'm so sorry, but it was the truth. So I'm gonna change my message. I think it already does say, if you really wanna reach me, do a text message. But then you get people who DM you on social media. Have you ever seen messages coming when you're busy? And then you go to look for the message, and I'm like, I don't know where it came from. And then you have to track it down. That's me, I'm like, why are you messaging me on Facebook? You have my email and you have my phone number, please, that's just one later that I have to track down and follow up on. So that right there, think of it as you have 5 active or 4 active transactions and people are coming at you on all these different types of communication.
Well, and even communication from, robots or people who are trying to get you to do business with them. I get them all the time. And they are
Get so
really
popular.
good. They're really good at sounding
Yes.
like,
Human now.
yeah, and that they have business and they're looking for solid investments and you're just like.
You guys get hustled a lot, and a lot of it is just trying to get in your pocket.
Yeah.
What about number 3, low cost of entry? Anybody have something that they'll share about what they wrote down? I'll call on you.
I would, LOL.
If to you, it feels expensive.
Well, I came into this, I am dead flat broke. I literally have $0. And so to me, that, 100 for this, 900 to join the KCRIR, and then 700 and then 700 just
Get the lessons.
a couple of weeks ago, or just last week to renew for 26, $100 for this, $25 for that, $100 for this, $75 for that. it adds up and
It
it's,
does.
they're,
When there's no money coming in,
Yeah.
it is painful,
yeah,
100%.
they nickel and dime you. But instead of nickels and dimes, it's Lincolns and Jacksons. You know, but it's like,
No, and we get hit in December with our renewals.
yeah. And
That is
so I
the
had-
worst time of the year to have to renew with KCRER, and you guys have to do it by the 12th or the 15th. I mean, we all have to do it, I have to do it, I just have it on the autumn day, so. It's the worst time, and we've told KCRER, you know, could you pick a different month? Anyone.
Because your taxes on your property, or your property taxes are due too.
Yes, come on. That chunk of change, yeah, my holiday budget, yeah.
Divide it up or something.
And like,
Yeah, no, it is hard, and I get what you're saying, Jeffrey, and especially, this is the hard part of getting started in real estate. Is the money not coming in?
and like, I'm lucky enough to have, an investor, so my, uncle,
Supporter, yeah.
is. Paying for most of his stuff, because he said, and Linda made mention of. Linda made mention of this earlier that, or no, maybe it wasn't Linda, maybe it was you in that seminar that I went to in. July, but. You know, the number one reason people drop out of this is because
Money,
you can't afford.
to keep going, if you don't make money.
And so my uncle said, I want to help you with this, he said. There might be 1,000 reasons why this doesn't work out, but I don't want money to be one of them.
That's
And
awesome to have
so,
that type of support, but
you
you
know,
still
yeah.
feel the money going out, and you feel the responsibility, so.
Yeah,
I get that, and that's why I say many of you have to have a part-time or full-time job while you're getting this off the ground. Because no matter how much money you save, when it's coming out of your account and nothing, not much is going back in, it gets painful, even if you've been thoughtful. It gets painful, so that's why this is not easy. It's not. What about?
oh, sorry, well, I was just gonna say, that on a positive note for that, Amy. I did appreciate. I do appreciate your being upfront about that. You know, cause I've sat in orientations for other sales jobs. And they're like, yeah, you'll make, you know,
Zillions of
dollars
dollars
a year in your first week, you know.
Yep, there's
And it's like,
They said,
yeah,
they said big time
and so,
to get you in the door.
yeah, and so I appreciate that. You specifically, I guess, are, you know, like.
I just wanna
It's
be
not
real.
gonna, yeah,
And here's why. I'll lose you even faster if I'm not. If I'm not real with you, you would have gotten frustrated in 60 days and said, out. So if I'm real with you, then you can have the right expectations and make the right plans for you. And sometimes that does mean, don't feel that that is a step back if you do need to get a part-time job or something like that. Please don't, or if you need to pick up some more hours while you're getting this started. That's not losing, that's surviving.
Mm.
So please don't ever think as a coach that we're gonna judge you because you have to go get some more hours. You do what you need to do, because I'm more worried about you putting food on the table and having your gas money. Because I know you can build this business, I know you can. But I know sometimes life gets in the way. What were you gonna say, Lucille?
That I could real estate allow me to be a powerful career without the high start of cost or many other business.
Yeah,
Because like For example, if I have to put hair salon, I need to have a like a meeting with.
Yeah, so what Lucilia does is she's a hairstylist. And she manages for a franchise. But if she wanted to start up her own, the cost would be so prohibitive that you couldn't do it. And it'd be hard to get a business loan for that. Right.
Trying to get the location,
Yes.
it's expensive here.
And then all the
So,
equipment you need.
comparative with this one is still cheap.
Yeah, it is, it is. Number 5. Number 4, no financial ceiling. What did you write down on that one, Karen?
I said, I love that there's no limit on how much you're making. And I like that because, I don't like working hourly, you could only get 40 hours and maybe a little bit more overtime. But there's always gonna be a cap on how much money you can make in a day.
And somebody decides that for you.
Yeah, so like here, yeah, either you make nothing or you make a lot, but that is up to you. Or, yeah.
You have a lot of influence. Now, that's where I will tell you, since I've made it, I've tried to emphasize everybody's path is gonna be different. That some of you are gonna work really hard and do all the right things. And it hasn't popped yet. And that feels like, what's wrong with me, right? That's where I want you to know when you encounter that, everybody's path and timing is different. And if you're getting frustrated, and you feel like you're getting no traction, then talk to us as coaches and let's come up with a different plan. Or sometimes it literally is you just tweaking something you're doing a little different. It's not throwing it all out. It's sometimes just a tweak or building more skill. I will tell you, usually where you all struggle when you're new is converting people. Right? Because you're not used to it. That's not a negative for you. It's just something that you have to learn how to do. So that you get better at that you're converting more people and knowing what to say and what questions to ask. So you can get them moving forward. So here's the good news. It's just increasing your skill and practicing it. It's doable. It's not like this huge mountain to get over. But that's where you can work really hard and kind of hit some ceilings or some barriers that usually we can figure out. How do you get over that?
If somebody could do it, so can you.
If somebody what?
If somebody could do it, so can you.
Yes. Thank you.
That's the.
If I can do it, you can do it. Like I said, I'm not, I'm just a hard worker. That's my skill. Anybody else on no financial ceiling? Ellie?
I feel like it's kind of self-explanatory, just basically.
But how
saying
do
that-
you feel about
I mean, I guess it excites me.
it?
And like, I like to know that when I'm putting into this work that I can get out of it. Rather than kind of what you said with the corporate world where like, you can work really hard but not see a change.
That's what resonated the most with me in real estate was my hard work will pay off. What I had to learn is it didn't always pay off immediately. That's what I had to adjust my expectations for is, okay, my hard work will pay off. And I tell people, do not take your foot off the gas pedal. Oh, it'd be this one. Let's break. Don't take your foot off the gas pedal because when you do, because all of you may get to a point, you get a little frustrated, you get a little discouraged. It's normal. It is normal. But do not take your foot off the gas pedal of connecting with people and doing your lead generation. Because when you do, you've just created a financial gap in your path to income. You literally just closed the door for X amount of time that you took your foot off the pedal. Does that make sense? Yeah, so you've got to, even when feels like nothing is happening, everything that you do, here's what success. I have a growth
coaching client who's struggling in his business the second half of the year. And he is making 15 calls a day. He is doing videos to his clients, sending that out. He is networking. He's doing all the right activities, and he's got a pipeline of potential people, but nothing's popping right now. He's like, what am I doing wrong? But he hasn't taken his foot off the pedal. And I said, just wait. With that pipeline of people who said they want to do something in the near future or next year, you're gonna be crazy busy. It's this moment. I don't have a name for it, but it's like when things start. And then you're like, oh,
Energetically, everything is already in its work. Just because you can't see it, don't mean that it's not already happening. Like right now, as I speak, stuff are already energetically happening. But it takes time to show physically. But that's why you have to like just know that stuff, yeah, there's stuff happening. So then you start having negative thoughts. Oh, it's not gonna happen. This and that. Then you ruin all that was already happening. You're ruining. So
it's your energy that you're projecting and the energy that you're surrounding yourself with. And it's easy to get in our heads and get negative. I can go down fast.
there might be people that like you might be putting yourself out there and you don't have anything, but somebody might have seen your post and they've been talking about you. Like there's so much stuff that you don't know. That
There's outside energy
Yeah.
that you're actually creating and you don't always see. I love that you said that, because I truly believe that that energy you're projecting and creating and surrounding yourself with makes a difference. That's why if you try to do real estate in the confines of your home as a new agent, and you don't plug in and you're not around real estate and people doing real estate, I doubt you're gonna feel real. It is hard to do this all by your little lonesome. And have a clue and feel real. Does that make sense?
Okay. Let's keep it going. Okay, we're gonna
Go quickly through the misunderstandings between you and success. And I want you to let me know if any of these is one of the things that's been stuck in your head. So myth number one, misunderstanding. Amy, does this speak to you?
No, I saw that.
It speaks to me. Before I take action, I feel like I have to know everything. Raise your hand if that's you. Yeah. Guess what? In real estate, you don't have that luxury. Now, some of you might, if your income is not the income to put food on the table, maybe you have the luxury to do this a little slower. But again, this is built on momentum. So if you go slower, then your business, this business will go as fast as you go. Make sense? And so this is where, remember, being a business owner, there are going to be things that you're going to have to do that are outside your comfort zone. And it's going to be different for all of us, or many of us. Because some of you will have no trouble jumping in, whereas Amy and I are like, is there a checklist for that? I'll have to make one. Because I can't do the next step until I have it, right? You gotta talk yourself off the ledge and say, no, I can create one as I'm learning this. You'll never know everything, so delaying is pointless. And here's the other thing I find, the people who struggle the most and usually drop out are the ones who just come to class, but you don't go out and do. You don't do open houses, you don't do any social media, you don't do any farming, you don't call FSBOs and expires, you don't do any of the lead gen activities. You don't work on your database and build it up and then start communicating with it. You just spend all the time getting everybody in your database, but you're not connecting with anybody. Well, if you don't connect with anybody, then the relationship's not very strong, and then they're not gonna know. And so that is pointless.
It's hard though, when our personality types tell us differently. So that's something we have to push against.
I'm not a salesman. I don't know what to say or do. How many of you on the first day of a new job have known everything you were supposed to do and say? Anybody? Not me. I never had a job that I could walk into and I was proficient on day one. That's why it feels the way it does when you start into real estate. And the reason it feels like even more, like it's plus, is because there's so many different things in real estate we have to learn. Because this, for many of you, unless you've owned your own business and been self-employed before, most of us have never worn this many hats at one time. Have you had to be a marketing expert and a salesperson and a finance person? I haven't been the same job. That's what you are now. And you'll learn those things. That's why I always say, lead with what you're already good at when you come into real estate. If you're good with numbers, then when you do a CMA, wow, you're gonna sparkle, right? If you are amazing at networking with people and you love going to events and you'll talk to anybody, I'm not that person, then do that. Cause you're already good at it, you're already comfortable. You'll learn the other things, because these are skills. Sales is a skill. And you all can learn it. And it's more, I don't even think of us as sales people. We provide a service. While we do some of the same things as a salesperson does, here's where we're different. Olivia, I can't make you buy a house. But if I was selling shoes, I could probably be persuasive enough to get you to buy those blue sparkly shoes with those killer heels. Probably could. That make sense? Jody, I can't force you to sell your house. I can't. Our job is to see if someone needs us and then to explain to them why now might be the best time for them. And what their outcome could be. That's our job. So while we have to do the lead generation like many salespeople do, what we're selling is a service, not a product. So we can't force it on anyone. It would be very tough for me to force Cecilia to buy a house. If she's not ready. But I could get her to buy that pink purse if I was so inclined. I could. I don't have a local network. Meaning I don't have like a really powerful database. How many of you are not from Kansas City or haven't lived here very long? Okay, okay. So you may feel that you just don't know as many people like I might know. Did you know I grew up in this neighborhood? Came back, it's like I never left. I grew up on 103rd Street between Row and Knoll, and across the street is where we went to our grocery shopping. I actually attended a horse show on this very property before this building was here. Yes.
It's like you were meant to be here.
I know, like home, it's like speaks to me, right? But even then, here's the thing though. All that means is the way you're gonna lead gen may be a little different, and maybe you will have to focus more on being in front of strangers than people you know. And that's okay. That's okay, both ways. And even if you know a lot of people here, guess what? I had to start with open houses because all the people in here knew what about me? They knew I was new. And most of them were like, oh, congratulations, you'd be great at this. And then they did this, like, let's see how she does. Brand new career, let's just see. And then as soon as they saw me doing something, they're like, I knew you'd be good at that. And I'm like, okay. I just had to be okay with that. It's okay. So please don't think. And many of you won't get a lot of business from these people year one. And some of you might get all your business from these people. And some it might be a half and half. So again, can you see, everybody's gonna be different. It's not gonna happen the same way for all of you. You're not gonna all go in the same direction, but please don't let this hold you back. That, again, we're talking about the things you've got in your head right now. Is anybody feeling like this is one of the things that's in their head? That, oh, I'm not gonna make, I'm struggling. Anybody? Yeah,
I think too, even if you are from here and you're a realtor, you still need to network in new arenas.
well, and I've noticed when you were talking, about talking to the people you knew, just the hesitation of going to the people you know and asking them to use you. So yeah, you can know a lot of people, but then it's that awkward feeling of like,
Well, cause they know you're a realtor, so it's like, have to.
that feels like, oh, I'm being pushy, I don't wanna be that person.
But both times that I have pursued that, it's worked out, so.
Oh, here's a big one.
Yeah.
If I ask people for business, I will annoy them.
Mhm.
Here's what I hear. Oh, like a 36 touch, all of you. Once you get your contacts in command, all of you should be on the Office free 36 touch. Smart plan. It's 3 emails that go out to your database 3 times a month. And you. 3 times a month, 36 touches in a year.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I thought you meant the free thing through the office.
Yeah.
Is not 3 times, but it's an avenue.
Yeah.
I see more.
So, and most of you, who thinks that 36 touches in a year is too much? Be honest. Feels too much, right? Anybody else? Kind of? You kind of have that look, Karen, like maybe. Anybody else think 36 touches is too much?
A lot.
It's a lot, but it's really not. Repetition, you gotta be okay with repetition. And if you're offering something of value, information, insight, that type of thing, and you've gotta mix up how you're talking and communicating with it. If you only send text messages yet, then you'll be annoying. But if you do text message and emails and phone calls and DMs and face to face and all those types of things, then they're never gonna know it's 36 times. And that's your minimum. Because remember, was anybody in the class when we talked about database and I told you, how long does it take for someone to forget that you're a real estate agent? How many days?
16.
Huh?
17.
16.
7 days. 16. 16 days. Before they forget you're an agent. Especially in the beginning, because they don't even think of you that way. Karen, the people you know, this is so new to them. They are not automatically thinking of, oh, Karen's my agent. That's an agent. She's an agent. They're like, she said she was doing something else, something, what was that? And if we're not reminding them in a regular manner, they're gonna forget. And then another agent walks in front of them at the time that they wanna do something, they're not gonna remember you're an agent. And then you're gonna run into them later, they're gonna say, I forgot you were an agent, and you'll be like, oh my God. But that was up to you, not to them. That was up to you. That's that marketing part, right? So if you help people solve problems, they will be grateful. That's why you have to follow up with people, like when you meet someone in an open house. You gotta follow up with them immediately. Not 2 days later. Because if they went to other open houses, somebody beat you. And they probably converted them. I did that all the time. Once I learned that it was a speed game, I'm very competitive. You can't tell. But in certain ways, not in all ways, but in certain ways, I'm gonna be faster than you. No offense, but I'm gonna be faster, just because I think also I'm gonna work harder than you. Yeah. Because that's how my brain, I'm gonna do more. I'm gonna hustle all of you. So, once I learned that it was really whoever follows up the fastest and the most effectively, that's who's got the best chance with that lead. just because we had a great conversation, we bonded and we talked about the same thing, that we liked the same things, that was not enough. That was good, but I didn't seal the deal if I didn't do the immediate follow-up.
Hey, something.
Yes,
So I was talking to Noelle, she graduated lunch 3 years ago. or so.
about 2.5, yeah.
And she mentioned to try to set the appointment with Wild Rabbit Open House.
Hmm.
Like, set the appointment with that date. And I was successful at that once, but then they ghosted me when they left. So
Okay,
just keep doing it over and over.
yeah, just because somebody doesn't get back to you, doesn't mean they don't wanna do business with you and you wouldn't be the person they'd wanna work with. It means something's changed. Maybe they thought they were ready, maybe they were jumping ahead, maybe something happened in the world, or maybe their personal world blew up with something else and they can't even think about real estate right now. So the follow-up is important to stay with them in a way that brings value. If you bring value, then they'll appreciate it. I remember one of our very successful agents. She's also the one who told me in her first 6 months, and she was hustling, she was doing all the activities. And she came to me 3 times, and Celia, and she said, it's not working. I said, but I see what you're doing. It's like you have your toes on the edge of the diving board and you're about ready to go in to the deep end in a good way. She said, and then she came back, she said, it's not working. And I'm like, you were so close, do not give up. And thank goodness she didn't. And then the next thing she does, she comes to me, she says, I'm crazy busy. And I said, I'm not surprised. So we as coaches can actually tell what kind of path you're on by the level of activities that you do. That high level of activity is important. And what she learned was fierce follow-up works. If somebody would ghost her, she would text them, she'd email them, she'd snail mail them, if she had all those things. And she would do it over a 10-day period after an open house. Sometimes reaching out to them, especially in those first couple of days, more than once a day. And she said, it is amazing how many people, because she was like, I'm afraid I'm going to be annoying, but I'm not. She was in it. She wasn't just playing real estate. She was in it to win it. And she said, numerous people have said to me, thank you. I just got crazy busy. Thank you for following up and staying after me. Because that's the kind of agent I want. I want an agent that's persistent enough that would, if you're that persistent in trying to help me, that's the type of person I want. And don't just say, do you need me? Do you need me? Think of ways to connect. Here's how I did it at open houses. Ellie, if you told me just what you were looking for in a house, after you left, if I didn't know of something in that area that I could say, let's make an appointment to go see this house, because I think it has the kitchen that you want. That's why you research the other houses around your open house, so you know where else you can direct them or tease them with. Then I'd get on MLS after that open house. And if you told me you wanted a gourmet kitchen with just this amazing island, I didn't really know your price range, so I just based it on the location and the price of the open house. I would scrounge MLS and find a kitchen, and I would send you a picture of that kitchen and say, is this the kind of kitchen you were talking about? That's more specific. Or I would say, I saw this and I thought of you. That's so specific and proactive. That's me. And then they're thinking, she's really thinking of me. She heard what I said about that kitchen, right? So show value and you will not be annoying people. I call it being politely persistent. I am politely persistent. Did you know that with recruiting leads, there are people I've talked to for 3 years before they became agents? 3 years. I have a database just like you all. I put them on smart plans. Well, if you're brand new, you're on a smart plan right now, you're getting communications from me on a regular basis, actually, every 4 days. You get an email from me, don't you? And you haven't counted that it's every 4 days, but you're like, here comes Rustin again. Right? And then I will reach out with personal touches and say, especially this time of year is the perfect time of year, and I'll say, hey, the new year's about to start. Is it time, is 2026 the year that you're gonna make a career change? Do we need to talk again? I get more people bubbling up, and you all should be having a similar conversation with people that you know, saying, in 2026, are you thinking of buying a home, selling a home, renovating? Or doing some landscaping? And if they answer yes to any of those, you have to let them know I can help you in all those areas. Because I want to be the resource you come to, because then I'm showing value. I won't get hired because everyone already has an agent. How many agents are there in the Kansas City area? How many? How many are you guessing? What do you think our number is? How many thousands? About 13. Guess how many there were when I became an agent in 2001? 14,000. So don't tell me there's too many. And the majority of them are not selling houses. Okay, here's a sobering fact. What percentage of agents didn't sell one piece of property last year?
You said like 70%.
71%.
Oh, so close to 30%. I mean,
Okay. Okay, it's hard. Okay, because you're not. Okay, again, it's about me being real. But there is business out there for you. I don't say that to discourage you. I say that because most people are gonna give up and you're not trying, and they're not doing the activities. And this is a perfect time of the year because with those renewals, that KCRAR, we're gonna see a lot of people drop out. And I get it. I get it, it's hard to come up with that money, if you haven't been making money. But please don't, because then that just opens up more opportunity for you. And then start of those people are gonna drop out, they could maybe circle back. And come back into real estate in a better time for them. But I say that so that you know that. Yes, it's hard and there's opportunity for you. It's just us finding that. And you won't know until you ask, what percentage of sellers use the same agent that helped them buy that house?
Most of them.
How much?
I just said most of them.
Nope. No. Nope. 30. Nope. 30.
About 18.
12 to 14%.
Jeez, oh my God.
Oh, think about it. Most people don't sell for 8 to 10 years, or actually it's closer to 10 to 12. And guess what agents do? Some go out of business in that time frame, and then others didn't stay in touch.
Or didn't do a good job the first time around.
Usually they do. But yes, there are some that they wouldn't use them anyway. But of those, 72% said they would use their agent again.
Yeah, I had somebody at my church say, cause I had started sending out like a email newsletter. And he was like, oh, I got your newsletter. He was like, well, of course use you for our next home purchase. And I was first like, gosh, great. Like,
That feels great.
yeah, and he said, of course, we loved the agent we worked with, but like, we never, yeah, that's exactly what he said.
That's what happens.
Wow.
That's what happens with that 60+% that don't use their same agent again, is because the agent fell down on the relationship. They actually put them up for adoption. Do you know how many agents I've heard over the years, experienced agents get mad when somebody else uses a different agent that they had helped before, even though it was because they didn't stay in communication. They expected them to remember them. No, it's not up to them, it's up to us. That's where I Oh, yeah, that's why you have them on automated communication, so you're always in touch with these people. Now, that doesn't mean you're personally talking to them every month, but they're hearing something from you every month.
Because again, you want to be their person, their go-to person. If they need a plumber or a painter,
I'll figure the business stuff out later. If you figure it out now, the business part, not just the agent part, the business part now, you'll thank yourself later. And you will build a more solid foundation and base to this new business than ever before.
okay, which of those myths, go to page 8 and 9, which of those
misunderstandings spoke to you? Just circle the ones that, instead of writing anything, just circle the ones. Before I take action, I feel like I have to know everything. Okay, that's me. I'm circling that one. That's me. I'm not a salesperson. I don't know what to say. That's me. But if here's what, okay, I'm gonna amend this because here's how I thought when I was new. I am not a salesperson and I'm not gonna sound like one and I'm not gonna learn those scripts. I don't wanna be like that. Then I go on one of my very first listing appointments and he asks hard questions and I go,
You don't know what to do.
and I walked out feeling really stupid.
Especially when they grow, because some of them have taken classes, like first time buyer.
And I didn't know how to respond to their hard questions at all. And I felt stupid. I walked out of there. Now, I don't know about you, but situations that make me feel stupid, that just is a kick in my butt that I'm never going to have that experience again. That is not happening to me again. So I learned, I'm gonna know how to answer all those questions. Oh my gosh, darn, that is not happening to me again, but I had to be humbled. Cause I thought, I'm good at reading it. I did my research, like CMA and all of that, I felt really good about that, but I couldn't answer all those other questions. Cause I didn't wanna sound salesy. I didn't prepare. Yeah. I don't have a local network. No, that wasn't me. I'm born and raised here, so I felt like I knew a lot of people. If I ask people for business, I will annoy them. Yeah, that's you. Yeah, I get it. I didn't feel like I would annoy them, but I was worried about looking pushy. So that's where I came up with my politely persistent. Because once I realized the name of this, what is success in this business? It's 2 words. Persistence and consistent. And once I realized those were the 2 things I had to do all the time, be persistent and consistent, and that's what worked, then I learned how to face it, so I was politely persistent. I won't get hired because everyone already has an agent who feels that way, who's been in their head. Me, Amber, and me, yep. I'll figure the business stuff out later. Who? Nobody's had that feeling yet, yeah? No? Kind of, a little bit? Yeah. Okay. Anybody else circle any one of those?
No? Okay. Oh, big why.
So Amy talked about big Y. Has anybody heard about big Y before? Yes, no? Yeah, some of you have. It's something we talk about in Keller Williams and other places too. Because we can get in our heads so much as humans. And when you're self-employed, what you're telling yourself you can and can't do, it's true. That's a Thomas Edison quote. If you think you can, or if you think you can't, You're right. Cause you've just told yourself you can't. We've all done it. We all get that self-talk going. I know, I think you wouldn't be human if it never pops in your head. You can't do that, or they don't wanna work with me, or this isn't gonna work. We all have those moments. It's how much do you dwell in that? And your big why is what is gonna empower you and motor you when you're in doubt? And what is gonna motor you and motivate you to keep going and keep your foot on the pedal, even when you're feeling like nothing's working? That big why isn't just always one thing. But it is something that you can say, I'm doing this because. So I shared with you how I started. Fear was my fuel because I had to make income. I didn't feel like I had a choice. It was this. This is the road I chose and I gotta do it. Right? So I was highly motivated to do this. And that's why I just went out the door running. Like a crazy woman. But you have to have self-motivation to be self-employed. Like when you're starting your first business, did you ever feel like, oh, I can't do this?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. But what got you to keep doing it?
I was pretty fortunate. I was doing the whole business with a group of friends. So it was kind of fun just going out and knocking on doors. And
So yeah,
it's like I
peers.
hang out while we made money.
Hang out while they make money. Love it, love it.
That is impossible, just steps, get there, a
Yeah.
lot, steps maybe sometimes.
Nothing is impossible. And you know, the word possible is impossible. It's just your paths may be different. And it may not be what you think the path should be. You have to be open to if you have to take a turn. Right? And so that big why is what's gonna help you in the hard times to overcome any of the challenges that are coming your way. And when you figure out what is your big why, what drives you, what motivates you, what do you want out of this? Let me ask you this, I'm gonna ask each of you for an answer to this. What is it that you hope real estate does for you and your family? Let's start with Amy. Start in the back first. You already kind of shared what.
Well, yeah, so my big why would be, I would like to be able to pay for my kids' college, and then that's not for like debt free, well. Not necessarily debt free living, that's on them, but like not having immense student loans that set them back.
That's awesome, right? That's awesome, yeah, because that's what it does these days. Amber, what do you?
It's really more financial, just, I guess, just top of my list, because my husband and I both, we are the sandwich generation. So we got parent 110% depending on us financially and everything. My parents not so much, but then we have kids, and just like Amy was saying, we don't want our children to really have student loans and debt when they come out of school, but it may be a possibility. But we're just hoping that at least like, we have 3, so we're hoping that at least if anything, we can cover the first 2 years for all 3. So it's kind of fair,
Yeah,
because we don't wanna put all of our eggs in one basket and then not be able to help the other 2.
Right.
But, for both of us, well, for me at least, I've been working since I was 14 and a half, and I hate depending on others. I hated depending on my parents. I put myself through college, worked 40 hours a week, paid for my tuition, came out with 0 debt, like bachelor's and my master's. I had my work paid for it. So, some out of pocket, some they paid and all that stuff. So it's really good to feel that financial independency, but not knowing what I can make, and if I don't, become successful in this, I don't want to be dependent on my children or even my husband per se. And that's my biggest fear and my biggest why, that I want to be
That's what drives.
successful, and I want that to be, what kind of pushes me every single day to get to that finish line. And
Karen, what about, thank you.
What I want to get out of this.
What is it that you're hoping real estate will provide you and your family?
I know it's gonna provide me. I know it's gonna open doors for me, many doors and many different paths. That I'm going to have to choose which way to go, because it's, I feel like it's just so many directions that you could go. You can go everywhere.
And what is it that real estate's gonna provide? Is it gonna be financial security? Is it going to be, I hear you say opportunity, is it going to be, so that you can have different experiences in your life or be able to purchase certain things that you wanna purchase? Like investment property, that type of thing, what else besides the opportunity?
Yeah, look, my plan is, I want to go back to school, to business school. You can see it's the law school.
Law school business?
Yeah, and I have tuition that I need to pay before I do that, so I'm hoping to use this as, like, it'll help me in that way in my business school, because I'll learn a lot of stuff.
Sure.
And it'll provide me the money while I can go to school for it, and that's what I plan, like, I will businesses. And I don't know where exactly
But that would be the step to get you to.
to it, yeah,
Okay, and that's why I wanted you to get more specific.
yeah.
When you can get more specific and really tie it to something more specific, then that gives you more of the fuel.
Cause
Makes sense?
financially, yeah, cause I'll get something out of it financially, but that's not really what I want the most out of it. I just want it to be a stepping stone towards. Yeah, it's fun.
Love that. Jody?
Probably my biggest things now that I think about them is gonna be, financial. But our parents are getting older and we'll be able to take care of them when something happens. And I'll build a house.
Building out, okay, so those are specific. If we don't have it, if it's just something that is too broad, then that probably won't motor you enough. Anna, what about you? What do you hope that real estate provides for you and your family?
I hope that I can pass down some, my knowledge, sort of my property, things like that. Because my family don't really have a lot of, things to pass down, and I.
Build some generational wealth.
Yeah.
Love. Awesome. Cecilia, what do you hope real estate does for you?
Financial freedom.
Yes.
To produce some stream of income.
Stream of income. Yes.
Financial freedom has to be.
Financial freedom. And financial freedom, then what I want you to then think of is what does that look like for you? What does that look like? For some of you, it'd be like, do that, getting out of that, or just personal debt, or building up savings, or building up retirement. So think of what that financial security looks like to you, that freedom, so that you're very specific in what this is going to do for you. Jeffrey, what do you hope real estate provides for you and your family?
I know this is gonna get personal and emotional, but I felt like a failure and a loser most of my life, and so I'd just like to be able to do something important and feel like I'm making a difference and not be just, the sitcom guy who lives with his mom.
Thanks for sharing that. That's. And you do make a difference. You do. And, I hope real estate does all of that for you, because it can, and it will. Ellie?
Definitely financial freedom, like every aspect you think of, teach your kids, being independent. also just the doors it opens to investing. And like our seminar that we held and just people in the office, you get to learn so much being in that environment. And then also just want to prove to myself that like I can be super successful doing this route, like kind of working for myself rather than a boss, I guess.
I love that. That entrepreneur. Olivia,
Mine is mostly financial freedom as well. Very similar, just always depend on myself and make sure I'm in a position where I'm struggling. I can always help, but for myself and for my family, I want to be able to pay back, because I did go to college for a couple years, so I didn't get back to my mom to get through that, and just don't want to about me, and I like the work environment and work space that can meet this career and being able to something like this, like, still make money like that, seems like a great.
thanks for sharing. That. Those are personal reasons that you guys all shared. But I know this, if you have that, and even on a hard day, you guys say, this is why I'm doing this. Because it's unlike having a salary job. When it gets hard and you're self-employed, you start thinking about, should I go get a job? When you have a job, sometimes you stay in that salary job longer than you should because it seems less scary even though you're miserable. Anybody been there?
It is right now.
Okay, so I say that again to be real with you, that's why you have to have this. Because in some ways, it's easier to give up on yourself in a self-employment environment than it is if you have like a job, a job that you show up for. Make sense? That's why you gotta have a little fire in your belly. You do. Now, everybody's fire is gonna be different. Not everybody gets as wound as I do, and that's fine.
But you've got to have that motivation. You have to be self-motivated.
What?
Walk with a purpose.
Walk with a purpose. You have some very good thoughts. Very good. I love that. I love that. Okay, let's get into habits. Anybody need a break? And if you do, just go ahead and take a break, get drinks, whatever. We're just gonna keep going if that's okay. Until I have to take a break and then you guys don't have an option. Doing okay? Is everybody doing okay? You getting something out of this? Okay, good, good. Let's get into habits. Let's get into habits. And if you want to write down your big why, you can do that. But we're gonna talk about building success habits. Who in the room thinks they have good habits? Who's great at exercising? I can only put up my hand halfway. Remember, I can't always find the basement to my treadmill. So I can only go halfway.
Maybe 10 years ago.
Who has good habits?
I make my bed when I wake up every morning.
Me too.
The first thing I do.
I like everything, I mean, the dishes, I can't go to bed with dishes in the sink. The dirty dishes in the sink, they can be drying, but not a dirty. So I have some good habits. I like things very neat and tidy. My poor husband is not neat and tidy. But here's what I so appreciate. He's got the basement. That's his man cave. And I have learned that I can't go down there and look around. Cause it's not in my comfort zone. I'm like,
Is your laundry things? No, okay, good.
oh,
That's my problem. Walk down there and kids.
oh,
my-
I can't. But what I so appreciate is he knows that's really important to me, so everything up above, he'll make the bed if he's the last one, and he'll make sure there's no dirty dishes in the sink, where if it was left up to him, none of those things would happen. But I so appreciate that he does. But here's where we have to talk about habits. So any other good habits you have?
I try to drink a glass of water as soon as I wake up, just like chug it.
Yes. Okay, That's a good habit. Anybody else?
I'm good about showering and brushing my teeth.
That's
I-
important.
I'm fussy about my hygiene.
That's important because not everybody is. I'm very, yeah, my teeth, without my electric toothbrush, it's just not the same. But now you can travel with them, thank goodness.
I like my lawn to look good, and it's getting in my way because every day I wake up and there's more leaves on my
Oh, yeah.
lawn, and I'm like, yesterday afternoon, I was like, it's so beautiful. I'm gonna take care of this, and I did, and then I didn't even wanna look outside this morning, it was like, it's all gonna be back, and I know I'm doing this until.
You are. And if you're like me and have pin oaks,
I do.
pin oaks only lose some of their leaves, like half of
Yes.
their leaves in the fall, and then they lose the rest of
Yeah.
them in the spring.
It is, hang on,
So you're not done.
it's not good.
Yeah. Okay, so like I said earlier, remember I said, why is it that bad habits are so easy to create? Why? Why is that so hard? Why is it so easy? And a good habit is hard.
Good habits take intentionality, and bad habits can just happen without thinking about it. And so one takes drive, breathing.
Yes. So we have to be purposeful and intentional to build good habits. And as business owners, here's what I'm gonna tell you, if you don't build good habits, good business habits, you will not have a healthy business. You won't, because you'll do a little here, a little there, a little there, and yeah. You're just going by the seat of your pants. And then you're building business on luck and not foundation. So good business habits are so critical because how many of you got into real estate because you didn't want a boss? Yeah, but guess who's your boss now? How do you feel about your boss? Amber, how do you feel about your boss in real estate? How's she doing? You're gonna grade her on a scale of 1 to 10? How's that boss doing?
She has her days.
She has her days. Jody, if you were to grade your boss in real estate, what, on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you give that boss?
Oh, it probably about a 5 and he'd kick me in the ass.
Anna, what, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you grade your real estate boss? You're still new, so you're probably. Solid 5. What about you, Karen?
Not for fact, there's always space for improvement. Yeah, okay. No, I don't know, I feel like I haven't had a chance to actually be my own boss in order to say.
And that's okay, but I want you getting there
But not for fact.
sooner than later. How do you feel about you as a boss? Scale of 1 to 10. How's Celia's boss doing in real estate?
An 8.
An 8. Good, good, good.
One would be my boss.
Yes,
And I
you
want
want.
to know.
Olivia?
Maybe 6.
6, okay. Jeffrey, how's your boss in real estate doing?
What?
Well, we laugh because you don't really feel like one, most of you. On a scale of 1 to 10, how's your boss in real estate doing?
I don't know, like. 3, 4,
Okay.
9. I have a lot of resentment toward my boss.
We gotta work on that. Ellie?
What my therapist is for.
Maybe like a 4 or 5.
Okay.
You know, like hold myself more accountable, I think.
Hmm.
Or just-
Remember that freedom and flexibility? And the third is financial opportunity. Guess why people don't get to the financial opportunity?
There's too much flexibility.
And freedom. I'm loving my freedom and flexibility. I'm not gonna do any real estate tomorrow. I'll do it later. Cause you can put things off. Why is it? This is like psychology and I don't know the answer, but why is it that we'll give ourselves a break as our bosses and say, oh, you don't have to do it today. But then in 2 days, we're putting up on ourselves and making ourselves feel awful because we didn't do it. Why are we so lax and then it's just so critical and hard on ourselves? Am I right? Anybody else fall in that trap? yeah, I don't have to do that right now, and then 2 days later, oh God, I can't believe you didn't do that, now look at the situation you put yourself in. So you gotta decide, as a boss, I want you to start thinking like a boss. I'm dropped.
Because the sooner I can get you thinking as a business owner and a boss, that's the mindset change I really need you to do. And it doesn't feel real in the beginning. I get it. I wasn't even taught to be a business owner. I was only taught to be an agent in the beginning. I didn't learn how to be a business owner till I came to Keller Williams. Because I was only taught agent stuff. And that's not all there is. Hold on, we'll get back on. So that's why you have to make certain you are structuring this business with good business habits. And once
Establish these habits. Think about the things that you do that are a habit, like just brushing your teeth. I don't know what to do if I don't brush my teeth. It's so ingrained into me to do that every day, twice a day, that it feels really weird. It does really feel weird, literally. That fuzzy feeling your teeth get, right? Don't like it, don't like it. But it's something that you've done for so long. It becomes second nature, right? That's what where you want to get with your business habits. It's second nature. That lead generation, the class we've been doing, the lead gen 36-12-3, 36 deals in 12 months with 3 hours minimum of lead generation. How many of you honestly do 3 hours of lead generation every day, 5 days a week? And this is, for some of you, your full-time job. Your boss needs a talking. Your boss needs to build better habits. I'm just being real. And that's how you have to start thinking. Oh, yeah, I am in charge. I'm not just on this journey, just hanging out and hoping somebody will start telling me what to do. As coaches, you know what? I can't make you do anything. I can tell you what works. I can point you in the right direction and help you go that way. But it's all up to you after that. I can't tell you what to do. I can't make you do it. You have to build the habits so that you're doing the right things. And if you're not doing the 3 hours minimum of lead generation, now if you're dual career, maybe it's got to be a different amount of time, right? I get that. But are you doing enough in the time that you do have to build the business that you're wanting to build? Time blocking. How many of you have a time block calendar? That means I could look on your calendar right now and I would see this class. I would see tomorrow's class. I could see when you lead gen. Is it on there? Do you do it digitally? Do you do paper? Do you do a combo of both? Your calendar.
So I use the one from the MRA spreadsheet.
Yes.
I get every year, but I noticed it's hard to do that as like a full-time schedule because everything's changing. Like this class, for example, popped up, and so I feel like I need to do a weekly time block. Like do one every certain day of the week rather than.
You can, or, that's a good point. You know, with real estate, especially when you have transactions going on, Ellie, timelines change and demands change. So while I would say Gary Keller will tell you ideally you should be doing your lead gen in the morning. You know why? Why do you think that he says do those 3 hours in the morning?
Is it just so like you're one of the first messages to go out there?
That, and it's the first thing you're focusing on. It's not that you'll connect with more people in the morning, because anymore, we all live such varied schedules. There's not like an ideal time, everybody's home for dinner. Used to be, everybody was home at dinner at a certain hour. No, kids' activities and other activities, with different job schedules. Not everybody has an 8 to 5. right? He just knows that in our world, we get so many interruptions and disruptions, especially when you have transactions, that you've got to dedicate a time first thing in the morning whenever possible to do your lead gen. Now, when you're in the new agent program, we're doing most of our training in the morning to knock that out. Then you just bump that into the afternoon is when you're doing your lead gen, or in the evening. But making sure you're figuring out how that works. So I do, has anyone ever seen my schedule? So I love color. Okay, let me show you.
Let me share screen. Let me show you. Linda's seen my schedule. It's colorful.
It's public. Schedule,
Pardon?
your schedule's public.
I'll show you. So
For the calling part of it, would it be better to do it more towards the afternoon or evening?
It doesn't matter.
Well, like I said, people work different hours.
Yeah,
And,
your calling time, it really, I found that there's not an ideal time anymore. There used to be where people had more predictable schedules, but I don't have anything on here. But I also have recruiting appointments, so I have to have a minimum of 6 recruiting appointments a week. Okay? So I have to have them already on my schedule. Now, that doesn't mean sometimes, Ellie, that I don't move those around, but I know I have to have that many half hour, I have to have 6 half-hour appointments scheduled. Okay, and I know I have to have, so some of those will be coming in person and it'd be an hour, because I have to have 4 in person a month. So when you do your business plan that most of you did with David, on the economic plan, when you plugged in how much money you wanted to make, it told you how many appointments you needed a month. Should be on your calendar. Now, you might actually schedule it on a different day, but I would have one blocked for if I needed 4 appointments. I would actually do this. I wouldn't do 1 a week. I would do 1 a week, but I would actually double up on 1 week, because that last week, if I don't hit my 4, I might need to work even harder to get that 4th appointment. I don't want to wait until the last week to see if I'm gonna have it. Make sense? So it should already be on your schedule, because that's where you have to think, I have to fill that. I have to put somebody's name on here. I have to put somebody's name in here. Make sense?
Okay, so this may sound like really basic business question, but I don't have like a business calendar. I probably need to do that for 2026. I'm just using my
Home calendar.
home calendar. But yeah, if it's gonna be that detailed and intentional, I need to create something that's like a business calendar, so I'm blocking off times.
Yeah.
For everything. I can't just say, I just can't fill it in with what pops up.
Well, because here's what'll happen. If you don't do this and get more structured on how you're creating your day.
I have everything the same color I made.
Yeah, I love my colors. I know, I can tell you what all that means, just by the color of it. I can tell you where the focus is. Launch is one color, recruiting is another color, the growth is another color, the office is another color. So that I know what's going on, I can tell how my week is gonna look. Right? And so that's where I know that sometimes I'm gonna move things around, but at least I've blocked out that time, and here's what will happen to you. If you don't have it on your calendar, it does not exist. So right now, if you're time blocking, you're not time blocking for your lead generation. You're just hoping you do it. Right? You're hoping you do it. And if it's not on your calendar, it does not exist, and here's the other thing that'll happen to you, you'll double book. Because you'll forget you have something else on your calendar. You know what's hard? Telling your kid that you set an appointment with a client when they were expecting you to go to something that was important to them. I say that because I've done it. and it didn't feel good. Or think about how it feels when you have to say to a client, oh, I'm so sorry, I double booked. Can I reschedule? The message you just sent to them, Ellie, is you weren't the important one. Right? So if you're not intentional on how you create this, you're gonna definitely feel the pain of it, and you're not gonna be intentional about what you do. Make sense? Now, here's the thing. When you block out that time for your lead gen, here's what I know is gonna happen with some of you. And it's just human nature. I get it. You're gonna ignore that time block. You're gonna see it on your calendar, and you're gonna be like, well, I'll go do this. Anybody done that already? Oh, I have. Linda's raising her hand too. Ignore it. That's where the business habit of making yourself do it and making sure it's on your calendar, and you have to honor the block. Not just have it on your calendar, because it means nothing if you're not honoring it. And it's building a habit, and a habit doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't, so don't beat yourself up. Actually, Gary Keller wrote, and Jay Pappison wrote the book, The One Thing. And from research, they say it takes 66 days to build a good, solid habit, on average. Some of you might be faster, some of you might be slower, but on average, it takes about 66 days for something to become a habit. So, it takes time, but live your schedule like your success depends on it, because no one else is creating your schedule but you. And then make sure it has the flexibility. And that's why we also tell you, like for next year, Amy, you know what you need to do as you're building your business one. On your business one, you have to put all your family vacations on.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's my big fear is like, if I have two different calendars, gotta pick.
So you gotta figure out how you're gonna do that.
Yeah.
And even if you don't know what week in August you're doing the family vacation, at least have it on there that there is a week in August you're taking the family vacation until you book it, and then you put it in that slot. Make sense? Make sure you're doing that. Okay, on page 13, you're gonna see the rookie energy plan. And this is about feeding ourselves and taking care of ourselves. Because being self-employed can be a little self-destructive. Because you work really hard when you're self-employed. And sometimes we don't take care of ourselves because we work so hard. And it's just us. So then we really work hard, right? So Gary has this also in the MREA book, is your energy plan. Make sure you take care of you. So he has it under spiritual energy, mental energy, physical energy, emotional energy, and business energy. What is it that you need to do and protect time for to feed you? Amy.
I learned that through my second client who was extremely hard.
Yes.
I
Was, yes, she was.
I just decided after that, I have to work out regularly.
For the stress.
For the stress. And so I joined that Power Life across the street and I'm going, and it's so good, because it's also like the mental toughness that I felt like I needed. People like her, and just the stress relief, and it's been so great.
Yeah. And do things that, like your emotional energy, who in your life makes you, feed you emotionally, mean they're supportive, that they really help you through hard times, or just encouraging, that they bring such good energy that it feeds you, right? And then spiritual, whatever your beliefs are, what is it that feeds you spiritually? Right? And then mental energy, journaling, or being creative. For me, it's being creative. I love to make stuff. In fact, one of my most famous phrases in my family that my daughter will quote me on, I'll see something and I'll say, I can't, and she goes, I know, Mom, you can make that. I can make this. I know, Mom. I can make that. I'm like, yeah, I could. But that for me, I love making stuff, so I can go in my little creative zone and just go to town. The hot glue gun and I are like after it.
And you're good at it, that Renaissance. Very cool.
Oh, wait, I've got a new table decoration for Thanksgiving I'm almost done with. Cornucopia but it kept falling over, I had it too heavy and it was all looking, I was like, can't get it through. So, but that feeds me, my energy, my mental creative energy and physical energy, yes, I cannot sit all day. Well, you notice I don't even stand still well. That's why I have a standing desk. I will highly recommend a standing desk. I used to, does anybody else have a downtime during the day where their energy just plummets? For me, it's between 4 and 5 p.m. in the afternoon. And when I used to sit at a desk in corporate world, I literally could barely keep my head up. It's like, I'm so tired, I can't stay awake. And because I have a standing desk, I never feel that way at all. And also my lower back started getting angry at sitting, and I'm like, yeah, I can't do that all day. But the energy level for me, and I've got a mat, cushion mat, and I don't wear heels anymore because you can't stand all day. I did in retail and my feet are still angry about that. They're still telling me about it. And then what is it so that you're preserving your business energy? That planning and being purposeful and intentional will not then stress you out so much and drain you. Because being self-employed can be draining and stressful. It can. These deals, there's a little stress there, isn't there? Yeah. We don't tell you enough about that this gets a little stressful and people get a little wackadoodle. You think normal people will stay normal and they don't. They don't.
What is normal?
I know, isn't that's impressive. But I mean, at least stay reasonable. And then somebody loses their marbles and you're like, what's wrong with you? Well, because these are emotional deals. Design your success. Early morning is for you. Morning are working on the business. Afternoons are working in the business. Evenings are for reflection and recharging. But I want you to ask yourself, what are your prime times? Because I have better times of the day than others. And my clock isn't like everybody else's, my internal clock. So, like, Anna, you work all night. What time do you usually get off work? About 1. So not, yeah, but that's a good chunk. Still, you're probably not getting to bed until 2 or 3. Because you get home, yeah, all of that. So her internal clock and when she's most productive is going to be different than like me. Because of what you're doing. So think of when are you most, because I'm going to be perfectly honest, I'm not a morning person naturally. It is not my prime time. Matter of fact, remember when I came in, I said I felt foggy. My brain doesn't start clicking until like 10 o'clock, then I can be fully engaged. But before then, it's a little iffy. I'm a little still in the warm-up stage, I think. Because I'm not a natural morning person. Who's a natural morning person? Who wakes up and just kicking? Oh, good, you're all, maybe a little bit?
I was while I was teaching.
Okay, because you're on a schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and here's the other thing. Hey, boss, are you sleeping your day away? And you're not getting the stuff done they should be doing because you can sleep later now because you're self-employed. Not a right or a wrong, but if you're not getting everything done you need to do. So you need to be taking care of yourself. You need to be making yourself better, that role play, presentation, practice, Legion, follow-up, and your training comes in there also. And then once you get the majority of your training under your belt, then you're replacing that with more Legion, okay? Because until you get your appointments, you're not done. If you said I'm gonna call 15 people every day, and after calling 15 people, you don't have any appointments, that means you're not really done. You gotta keep going. And you as the boss have to tell yourself, you're not done. You don't get to clock out yet. Or you can clock out, but then you gotta put some more time in tomorrow. Meet with in the afternoon, that's why I can tell who time blocks and who doesn't. With new agents and experienced agents, we have experienced agents that are really bad at time blocking. Means you miss meetings, you don't show up for the things that you should be showing up for. Or you schedule things right over that. Now, I understand sometimes in a transaction, the only time you can schedule those inspections. Or at 10 o'clock on a Tuesday when our business meeting is going. But if you can, at all possible, not do that, don't. Don't. It's only when that's your only option, those things that you know are gonna build your skill and knowledge, you still need to invest in heavily, and you can do those things in the afternoon. So you have more control over your schedule than you think you do. If you don't have appointments, then you're building your knowledge, you're attending training, we put them in the morning. And then in the evening, sometimes, yes, that's gonna be your downtime, or maybe for some of you, you know, we had an agent in this office, Paul Galbra. And Paul, you know how he does this Legion, majority of Legion? In the evenings, texting his people and drinking a glass of wine. He makes sure he sends X amount of text messages to connect with people and talk to them and catch up with them.
I mean, it makes sense because so many people are working. And I just bother them if I really,
Yeah.
while they're sleeping for desk.
Yeah. So I don't want you to get it in, and I am also gonna tell you that although, Gary Keller says it's ideal to do it in the morning, that's why I asked you all, when is your strongest energy time? Because, and for some of you, like, is anybody like me? I am better with a bigger chunk of time to knock something out and to get into that moment than a little snippet here and a little snippet there. So if I want to do my Legion and I want to like reach out to my old leads and stuff, I want a bigger chunk of time to do that than just an hour. Because then I feel like I get in my rhythm and I get into my conversation and everything. So if you need that, if you did Legion 3 days a week in a bigger chunk of time than 3 hours, just figure out what's going to work for you. We're giving you some of what we know works for many people, but then I want you to do it in a way that truly you're going to do. Make sense? Any questions about the time blocking and building habits? Let's go back to I've never clicked back and forth so much. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to make sure on your calendar, whether that's on your phone or you do a paper calendar. I know some people who still do paper calendar. I thought I'd never give up my daytime. I did. I thought I never would. But I did. I finally did. And I love my digital calendar because I can do it in color. As you can see, I love the color. But it took me a while. And there's not a right or wrong. Do whatever works for you and whatever you will use. So don't let somebody say, oh, you're still using paper? No, if it works for you, do it. I don't care. I just want you to have something in which, because if you ask me, Kristen, do you have time tomorrow at 2 o'clock? You know what I'll say? Let me check my calendar. Because this little pea brain is probably not going to remember correctly. And I'll double look. And I don't want to have that conversation with you. Oh my God, I double look. I feel so bad. Cause it makes me look bad, it makes, it's sending a message that you weren't important enough for me to make sure I had screen for you. And I know I don't have a good memory, so that's why I have to say, let me check. So figure out, if I was to look at your calendar right now, will I see real estate activities on there? Will I? Yes, I will. Look at, here's, yes. Ellie, will I see real estate activities on your calendar?
No.
Okay, that's your goal. Put at least for tomorrow, put down something on your calendar that's real estate.
I mean, I have a whole calendar for it, but it just changes every day.
Yes, and I get that, but what is on there? I don't care about the hours it's on, but what are you focused on? That's the more important thing, is what the focus is. So if that's just you saying, I'm doing this, this, and this, it's gonna move around, that's it. Okay. Olivia, if I look at your calendar, will there be real estate activities on there yet?
Oh, there, yeah, not like. Some of those things, but there's stuff really.
Amy? Got
What else you can bring? Also, something that I decided after doing Bold, like for lead generation is, they call it 50 first dates.
Yes, I
So
love
I've
it.
like working.
Well, you
on-
should put 50 first dates are for people who don't
Yes.
know, because I think that's a great, I love it.
So it's identifying 50 people in your database that are like your cheerleaders, like, and people who you know, you enjoy, like, so that might be hard if you aren't from here, but like for me, I'm like, I think I can come up with 50 people, and your goal is to just be meeting with them over coffee, lunch, really like connecting face to face with them.
Purposeful time.
Purposeful time. And then asking them, who do they know that might be buying or selling? You know, it's not just them, they may be, like, a lot of people in my sphere are kind of in their family home.
Yeah.
Established, they're not moving for a while.
Yeah.
Or so they think. But they know people. They haven't even heard of things like that, so
Wow.
it's like identifying those people that are not with, so let's say you have 200 people in your database. Not all those people are gonna be like your cheerleaders, it's like focusing
Yeah.
on the 50 first states ideas, like focusing on this.
First states.
Dates.
Okay,
50 first
okay.
Dates. And the idea is strengthening relationships.
Yeah, and I bet MFREA even has a podcast, I'm gonna look it up real quick on this topic, because they have it on all the. Down here.
I just have a really quick question, maybe Amy can answer that on the specifically first dates. So that's something, I have been sort of doing randomly, like, I've been opening and I'm a realtor, and I'm not kind of like a low G when I talk. So randomly, like, I would, reply to somebody's like stories. Instead of just liking or writing it, I would actually reply. So that you know they're gonna say something back, and then you start a conversation from there. So there's been, I would say, probably about 10, 13 minutes just within this month that I kind of like, oh, let's catch up, it's been a while, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But what I'm trying to figure out is, how do I keep that cost down? Like when you have somebody
okay,
who
yeah.
coffee with you,
Yeah.
are you now picking up the tab for the coffee?
Nah,
Like,
No, just let's meet for coffee instead of,
Yeah.
join me for
Let's
coffee.
catch up.
Okay.
Let's catch up, yes, because I know, bless you. You're all, of course, be hosting people at lunch and drinks
Well,
and
so-
coffee.
I'm looking it up, I just wanted to see if there was a podcast or whatever on it. And it's saying aiming for 50 meetings in 50 weeks, so maybe a
Oh,
coffee a
okay.
week.
Okay.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
point of sharing this was like, when I'm time blocking, it makes sense to have like certain times that I'm getting these, and of course, there's gonna be some where they're like, I can't meet that time.
Yeah.
But
I think it's a great idea. And it's taking, also, not only the people who are cheerleaders. If you can't come up with enough people that you feel are true cheerleaders, and it doesn't add up to 50, because not all of us are gonna have that many people. I think for most of you, it's gonna be probably about 10 to 30 most. Maybe 10 to 25. The remaining amount, pick people who you know, but you don't know them very well. and you think they're pretty cool and you'd like to know that. Because we all have those people that we've met, that you had a connection with them, you're like, you're really cool. I really liked so-and-so, she was so nice. I'd like to know her better. I love it. So, be purposeful in building that relationship. I loved meeting you and just wondered if you'd wanna go out and, maybe have some coffee together. That'd be great. I'd love to be able to.
There was another, like, Creative Legion that we learned about in Hold. I just sent it to Amber. It's episode 58. And it's about the power of vendor networking. And I thought that was fascinating. Like, this lady built this huge business, she sells 40 million a year, and she didn't know a soul, but she just was taking vendors out.
Small business.
Or they were coming to her even, and she was creating like, hey, like I have this binder of like the best in the business for every category in my town. And everybody wanted to be in that, but she created that by just networking with people
And then ask the people that you already know, who do you use, who's the best electrician?
Yeah.
Who's the best? It's a great way to get people to respond to you and get them thinking about you and houses and real estate, is you asking for their help. I'm building a vendor list.
Yeah.
Who do you use for landscaping? Who do you use for plumbing? Ask people about that. It's a great way to have a conversation, and then you can follow up with that and say, thank you so much for sharing that. You know what? We haven't talked in so long. Let's go schedule some coffee. It doesn't have to be some like big reason that you're connecting with them. But that gives you a great reason. So here are the things, besides what you're gonna do daily, what you will want to do as a business owner. So I don't think this is in your booklet. I don't think, take a picture of this. Take a picture of this, because these are things you need to think of as this business, the boss. Okay, boss, take a picture. Take a picture, boss. Because this is you being a business owner. These are some of the elements you have to be on point with and tracking. Olivia, did you have a question? I will send it to all of you that attended. So I know you need to leave to go to work.
Okay.
Yes, yes. And then I will also have the QR code for you to do the survey. But thank you so much for being here.
Well, thank you. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I understand it. I understand. You have work obligation. Okay, let's keep cruising. This is just how you could put this together. And to Ellie's point, things will move around, but if you don't have them on your calendar at all, you're probably dropping the ball. You're probably not doing those things. Remember, your purpose is to get appointments. Appointments will get you agreements. Agreements will get you contracts, and contracts will get you closings. That's what we're building towards. And we have to have a schedule that reflects us getting there. And if we don't, you're literally just going on the wish plan. So I will tell you all in your booklet, in the workbook, I want you to fill that out and put together your calendar, and whether you fill it out in the workbook later on or actually putting it on your calendar, here's what I would like to ask of each of you. If you would take a screenshot of your calendar for the next week and show me the real estate activities that you've put on there. Just text it to me or email me to it. Okay, financials. Now, here's where I'm going to be, you know, I'm about being transparent and honest. So I got to this portion of the material and I went, yuck. And here's why. I don't like how they formatted it, I'm gonna be honest, so I'm gonna make you a little, I'm gonna share my bias. I should probably let you come to your own conclusions. But they're asking you to come up with numbers before you have numbers. So, but here's what is important of this section, is the reason we're gonna talk about financials, of you being a business owner and what you need to be aware of, is so you can be a good business owner. But I'm probably not gonna have you do the activities in this one, because I think it's very hard to do. And that's why we have our business plan with your starter numbers in it, and so I did a screenshot of our David's MREA business plan, and I think that is easier. One, it's easier for me to explain, I'll be honest, I was like, how am I gonna explain this? It doesn't really flow the way I would explain it to you all, but understanding how money works in real estate and how to connect your financial goals to your daily activities is essential. And what I love about David's business plan is this. Is that once you plug in how much money you wanna make next year, it's gonna spit out how that would translate into how many transactions you would need to get to that goal. And if I know, Anna, how many houses, let's say for next year, you wanna sell 8 houses. Then with that number, we can figure out what kind of activities you need to do to get in front of enough people to make that happen. Does that make sense? So we have to know our numbers. It's just the exercises they have in this portion, I think are a little, I don't know, I just found them a little awkward. I kept going over them last night and I was like, screw it, we'll go over it. But I'm gonna not have you do the activities. You're welcome to do them in your workbook. I just think, here's what we need to go over. What does GCI mean? Gross commission income. So let's say you're going to be paid, you charge 3% commission as a buyer's agent. What is 3% of a $200,000 house? Get the calculators out. It's not happening in my head, so I'm gonna let you. 6,000. Okay, that's your gross commission. That is before anything comes out of it. Now, you know, that's not how much you're taking home in your pocket. So when you start calculating that, after you go under contract, you're like, $6,000. You're gonna make a portion of that. Okay? So, because then when you fill out your DA, your commission amounts and everything in command, then you're gonna start getting cranky saying, I'm not making 6,000. Well, no, you're not. That's why as a business owner, you have to understand the cost of doing business and your expenses, right? So you need to understand that, the cost of the sale. How much is, it's like when you do, and if you've gone to Linda's class on buyer and seller estimated worksheets, then you know when somebody buys a house, the sales price minus the down payment is not all of their costs, right? There are additional closing costs. Okay, you have additional cost of sales, make sense? That are going to be subtracted from your 6,000. Your expenses. Your net income, that's how much goes home in your pocket after everything else has been taken out. It's your net. That's what you're taking home. We talk about in this book, there are models. There's an economic model, a budget model, an organizational model. I'm missing one of them. Economic lead generation model. Those are your models. So there's a budget model. Conversion rates, we already have that figured out for you. We'll talk about that. Conversion means of the people, let's see, for you to hit your goal, Jody, you need to have 31 appointments for the year. Okay, so that'll be probably about 3 appointments a month. Right, about 2 to 3. Then we know that everybody you meet with, not everybody's gonna sign an agreement with you. Cause either it's not gonna be their time, or you're not gonna be a fit for them, or they're not a fit for you. Please know that you do not have to say yes to everybody. Not all business is worthwhile business. And then economic model. Economic model is your goal model. Meaning, this is how this, if I wanna make this, if I wanna net this much money, this is how many transactions I would need to do. Okay? Any questions on those terms right there?
The models and terms.
So how you get to what goes home in your pocket is that gross commission, say that's $6,000 minus your costs of sales and your expenses. Meaning your company splits. How much goes to the launch program? How much goes to the office? How much goes to Keller Williams International for the franchise fee? Those are the things that are gonna come out to get you your net amount. Okay? So if we took 100,000 and your business expenses, because they say 60, 20, 20%. Kind of the model, 60% of this will be your net, 20% will be business expenses, 20% will be cost of sales. Conversion rates show how skilled you are at moving people through the phases of a transaction. Remember, we talked about that being a skill that you have to, actually, that's what we're covering this week and launch is lead conversion. How do you convert people? And not just to get them to sign the agreement, then you have to convert them throughout that transaction. You're gonna have to convert them to move forward after inspections. You're gonna have to, so you have different rates at different parts, like appointments to agreements and agreements to closings. And I think it'll be easier when I show you the MREA business plan. And that's where I'm going here. That's where I think this is easier than what they put together, even though that probably doesn't look easier to you right away. In here, this is the net. We'll start with a gross of 90,000. So if you grossed 90,000 in commission income, you would net 37,800. That is based on selling 8 houses with the average sales price of $375. You with me? Okay. That is with us showing that you're going to have 25% of your sales from sellers, 75% from buyers. That would not be unusual in your first year. That is not the number you want going forward. You want it to be 50-50 or more towards the selling side. But in your first year, it is not unusual that you have more buyers than sellers. Now, if you have nothing but sellers, that's great. It's not that would be phenomenal. It's just, it just doesn't happen as easily from what we see. Now here, remember I told you appointments are the most important thing. It's really the most important number on this page. And so we're seeing that to get the 8 closings, we're going to need 18 appointments with potential buyers and sellers. Potential buyers and sellers. Okay, here's where the conversion rates come in. We already plug them in for you. We're going to say that you're going to convert almost 80% of the people that you sit down with. You're going to convert more buyers because remember, they're less likely to interview more than one agent. So we've got that as you're converting 83% of the people you talk to sign an agreement with you. And that might be a little high, but we're just trying to give you starter numbers. I don't know what yours is going to directly be, but you've got to be aware of this as a business owner to know if what I'm doing is working. Because if I have the 18 appointments and I'm only converting 50%, then I know that I'm lacking something. That tells me, as a coach especially, there's a skill issue there that needs to be grown. And that's doable. But it shows you, oh, I'm meeting with people, I'm talking to people, we're not getting to the next step. We gotta figure that out. Make sense? Of those 18, because I know I'm not gonna convert everybody, because that's not gonna be their time, and I might not be their cup of tea. I'm gonna get 15 of them to sign an agreement. Now here's the hard reality, one of the hard realities of real estate is, we do not close every deal. We don't. And if an agent says to you, oh, I've closed every deal, they've not been in real estate very long. Because it hasn't happened to them yet, that means they haven't had many closures. Because it will happen to all of you, it happens to all of us. And I want you to know that now because it hurts. Like in my August of my second year, I had 3 deals under contract. And each one individually, boom, 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 went down in flames for different reasons. And it had nothing else under contract. And remember, who's the majority breadwinner in our family? Me. And I started hyperventilating. And then I fell in a ditch of depression for about 5 days. Depression and panic. Because I just lost 3 deals and not due to anything I did. That was harsh. Nobody told me that I'm not going to close every deal. Nobody told me to protect myself with conversion rates because we already do. We already give you a healthy conversion rate of 55%. So of the 15, you're only going to close 8 of them. So we're actually protecting you. Your odds will probably be better than that. But if I counted on the 15, I won't make my goal. Make sense? So that's kind of our insurance that we're giving you to let you know you're not going to get everybody you meet with. And even the people you do get signed, not everybody's going to close. So we get you, this is more likely a very realistic goal because we put those conversion rates in there. Now, after your first year, what you're going to want to look at is what your actual conversion rates are. So you know that launch activity tracker that everybody's supposed to fill out every week, and some of you are really good at it, some of you are so new, you don't even know what you're talking about, and some of you have never touched it. Thank you for the transparency, thank you for.
Sorry.
It is so that you as a business owner can see what results am I getting from my activities. Because as a business owner, you need to know, is what I'm doing working or not? That's where thinking like a business owner, the flip, I want to switch the flip. I want to hear it flip in everybody's brain. I do. Why don't you say, oh, business owner, I got to know these numbers. And some of you know I'm not a numbers person. Right? The girl not only has dyslexia, she has dyscalculia. And dyscalculia means you're like dyslexic in math. So I can't count in my head. I will use my fingers under the table. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. I'm not. Calculators and I are like this, and so is Spellcheck. They have improved my life drastically. So that you can't obviously see that I can't spell with beads. Better than it was. You learn hacks, life hacks. When you have disabilities, you learn life hacks. But I learned, so the first time David Conderman showed me this, guess what my reaction was? I wanted to puke. Yes. I thought this was the ugliest looking thing, so scary, so ugly, all those numbers. I thought, oh my God. But then I realized what it could do. And here's what I wish as an agent. I wish I had known I only had to go on, we round up 2 appointments a month to hit my goal. All I knew is I ran out the door and hoped I did enough today. I didn't know that actually this could tell me how many people I need to talk to every week to get my appointment goal. That's what the Legion tab on your business plan tells you that. And if I knew how many people I needed to talk to a week, I just looked back on my own business and I knew that I could have hit that number if I just added one more open house, what I used to do. But before I had no clue, it's like shooting in the dark. Can't hit many targets shooting in the dark. Unless you have night vision. Right? Does this make sense? Who's still in a fog about this? Be honest, because I want to help you understand. What don't you understand about it? Jeffrey?
I don't know, it just looks like gibberish to me.
Okay, so, because that's how I felt when I saw it the first time, this is your most important number. How many appointments you need in a year and how many in a month, so it's 2 a month.
Okay.
That's your marching orders, if that's your numbers. So out of all of these numbers, the most important one is how many people do I need to meet with every week, every month to make sure I sell houses?
Okay.
That's what it just. So I look, because I don't like, it's kind of gibberish to me too. I have to look at what's the most important number on that page, and that's the most important number. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay. See, I didn't know, see, then it has you calculate your conversion rates and you haven't done this before. And that's why I hope you know that David's business plan is something he created just for us. Other market centers don't have that. They have to do this on their own. I'm so glad we have David's, makes a difference. Okay, we're in part 4. We have 45 minutes. You guys up for it? If you need a break, take a break. I'm gonna keep going because I'm okay. You guys okay? You're hanging in there. I appreciate it. I will send you an email.
Yes.
With a link to the video and also the survey.
Okay.
And I will hunt you down if you don't do the survey. That's why they're not gonna be able to leave until they do the survey.
Oh.
But I will hunt you down.
You know where
I know.
in case I have to leave like 15:44.
Okay.
Are you looking to just email me?
I'm gonna email all of you who have participated today. We'll get a link to the video and the survey. If you leave early. And if you do stay, I'll still give you the link to the video. Okay. Database. CTA model. So CTA stands for, you know, we love a good acronym. We're like, we love acronyms in this company. I've never worked for a company that loves acronyms more. CTA, cultivation, tending, automation. Database. The importance of your database cannot be underestimated. The quality of your database. And what I mean by quality is the data you have for each and every person that you took from here and put into command will reflect in your bank account. If you don't have everybody's email, phone number, and mailing address, your database is weak. Now, none of us have all of that in the beginning. And you're not gonna finish it in a day. It takes time to do that, but that's your goal. Is always to have whoever has, just like Now Google's now being replaced by AI, but before, let's just put it in the world before AI. Why has Google been such a valuable search engine? It has the most data. The value of your database. You will only meet the full potential of your database in return of it is if it has all the data. Because you need to be able to communicate with everyone in your database in the drop of a hat. Could you right now text everyone in your database a message if you had to? Do you have everybody's cell phone number? Most of us don't. You might have most of them. Could you easily tomorrow send an email about an urgent matter if there's something that happens in the market to everybody in your database? Probably not, yeah.
Or not, no.
But
It's not really.
yeah, I'm really good on emails. I have 99% emails. I have about 82% of phone numbers. I'm at like 52 or 60% on snail mail, on their home address. So we all have areas but know that's what you want to be conscious of as a business owner, because your biggest asset besides you is your database. Your database will dictate your future. So cultivating it, generating more leads. I have not a new agent. I have a growth client who went through a ugly divorce, and his wife was his real estate partner. Well, guess what happened to their database? Yeah, but it wasn't an even split. He spent the last year and a half just figuring out who's going with him. And you can't say, pick a child, right? That's hard. He had to literally have conversations with people to try to figure out, are you on my team or are you on her team, and say it the way that it's not adversarial, right? And then he came to the conclusion, after he figured that out, my database has dwindled down, it's not big enough. I need to add people to it, and he's being purposeful. In the last 3 months, he's added 30 people to his database through open houses. Getting leads from open houses. Because he knows he has to grow his database. It's not big enough anymore. It cannot feed him the way it used to. So he's being very purposeful. So he's generating more leads. For some of you, you might come into this with enough names. Like I feel I did pretty much come in with a lot of names. I had over 500 people in my database. But here's, remember what I said though? Many of them didn't do business with me until they saw me doing this. So that wasn't immediate from them. But because I tended them well, it did work out that they did feed me very well. Pending it, keeping stored information accurate and up to date. Okay, I told you how many appointments I need, right? So I need 6. I need 24 phone appointments a month, and I need 4 in person to hit my goal. So that means I talk to 180 to 200 plus people a year. So if you think your goal, how many people you need to talk to is big, let's talk. Or how many appointments? I have to have that many appointments to hit my goal. Do you think I remember everybody I talked to? I wish I did. Wish I did. That's why in my database, and I use Command, I have copious notes about those people. When I'm on the phone with them, I am taking note of what we're talking about, what they do for a living, why they want to be in real estate. I've had them fill out a questionnaire before we talked. I know where they work, I have their home address, I have their email address, and I have their phone number. And it's all in Command. So remember what I told you I do this time of year with Old Lee? I go back to them and ask them, is 2026 the time that for a new career, and are you still thinking about real estate? Can easily do that. I can do it in a text message to them, I can do it in an email to them. Easily. You want to be able to do the same. Automation, being consistent with outreach and tracking results. So smart plans. Smart plans help you have that automated leverage. Now, smart plans are never to be your only way of communicating with people. They're just the base. It's kind of like having a foundation of communication that goes on no matter what happens in your world. Because what you don't know yet, Karen, is there are times in our world, either we get crazy busy with business, or you might get sick, or you have to go take care of someone, you have to go out of town. And you can't keep the communication up all by yourself. Because you're not able. And when that happens, then if people forget you're an agent every 16 days, and you're not gonna make that regular, consistent contact, does that make sense? And so that's what you need to be able to do, is make that consistent contact with them so that even when you're crazy busy, because when you don't communicate on a regular basis with the people in your database, guess what they think happened? I don't think Anna's still in the business. I haven't seen her post anything on social media. I haven't received anything from her. It's as if your virtual doors of your business have been closed. And it could be because you're crazy busy and you haven't had time to do those social media posts. They don't know that because they're hearing nothing. So that's why you have to put some automation, but it does not replace also personal touches that you must make to keep the stickiness. Otherwise, you're just an email. Emails are just to support, just give you that consistency, and then you've got to put the icing on. Let's take a look at page 23 and 24 in our workbooks. Call to action. Identify the moments. I want you all to read this paragraph here. The following example, I'll read it out loud, and then I want you to give me some answers here. Today I woke up and I knew I needed to work on my database. I attended a baseball game last night with my family. I met 5 people who gave me their contact information. So I added them to my database with their phone number and emails, and I tagged them as incomplete. So I could remember to get their birthdays, their home addresses, and any more information over the next couple of weeks. Then I worked on my newsletter that I send to my entire database once a month. When I finished, I scheduled it to be sent at the end of the week. In it, I made sure to add a clickable button that asks the recipients if they are interested in knowing the value of their home. If they click, it will be signed up, they'll be signed up for a drip campaign that gives them a just listed, just sold for their area each week, along with a market update. Then I started working on my next first time home buyer seminar that I'll be hosting next month. For my last seminar, I looked at my renter tags and I reached out to other agents at my office to determine who to send invites to. Then I scheduled an invitation with an RSVP option that took them to a page to fill out more information, which I stored in my database. I always use this opportunity to get more insight into my contacts, like if they have pets or children or important anniversaries. After the initial RSVP, I sent 2 reminders, one a week out, one the day before the event. At the seminar, I made sure to have everyone sign in so I could track attendance. For those who came, I scheduled a thank you email. For those who didn't come, I said, sorry, you couldn't make an email, and asked if they were interested in learning what I taught at the event. I plan on doing the same thing this time around and adding in more contacts to the list I invite. Finally, I make my quarterly calls. I use the DTD2 system to figure out who to call this week. Today, I'm working on my contacts with the last names starting with B and E. And when I get them on the phone, I make sure I have all the right contact information for them, update them on what I've got going on, and ask them about their lives and their real estate plans. A solid database day is complete. So where's the cultivation in there? There's a lot of cultivation in there.
Baseball game?
Baseball game, cultivation, getting more leads, 5, right? The tending was calling the DTD2, and the DTD2 is do the 2 daily, and it's a list that gives you 2 letters of the alphabet to call in your database. Like this one was and they do B and E, they do things that are not in alphabetical order. They mix and match those like A and W, so that you're not cherry picking or always starting at the beginning of your database. And then the automation. They had a drip campaign for the just listed and just sold, or you could put them on a neighborhood nurture. If you don't know what a neighborhood nurture is, look on. In digital chalk, I hope you're going into the technology tab in digital chalk. Because there are little tutorials on how to do like neighborhood nurtures, and the neighborhood nurture is signing someone up for their neighborhood. To let them know what the activity is once a month, so they get a monthly email from you about what's going on in their neighborhood. It's so easy to set up, and there's a little tutorial in digital chalk under the KW technology tab. But did you see all the activity that agent was doing to grow and build and make sure that they're constantly reaching out to people? But they also used the leverage of some automation in there, so they weren't trying to do it all themselves, because you can't. Actually, for a newsletter, if you use the Office 36 Touch, there's a monthly newsletter that will go out. Every month, the first of the month, there's a month, and it's beautiful. You shouldn't be writing your own newsletter. I don't care how great of a writer you are. You get crazy busy with 4 or 5 deals at one time. You will not have the time to write the monthly newsletter, and then it won't go out. And if it doesn't go out, we're missing the consistency. You need that automation. It's so critical. Dual career, you need it more than most. Because there's only so much you can do, and because your husband travels, then your time is, so for you, automation is exceedingly important, but it's important for all of us. Because you think you have time and then you don't. Then you don't. Cultivating, agents who consistently lead generate will have a stable business. And that means, yes, you may get to the point like many of our successful agents in this office. They get most of their business from the people they know, and then the people who've done business with them, or people they refer to them. But our database changes every day. Every day, somebody in my database is getting ready to have a baby, getting married, getting divorced, having to downsize, or they pass away. All of those events are housing triggers. So every day your database changes, and if you don't stay in touch with it, then you're not gonna know what's going on with it. I didn't know this. You know, when I was a newer agent and I had these buyers and they were lovely, they were this young couple. Okay, no, a young couple, they bought a house. And they were looking forward to to staying in this house for a while. So guess who just put them on automation, but didn't really stay in touch with them? Me. And this couple, in the time before I talked to them next, they had a baby. I don't know. Didn't have Facebook.
No, that seems like ancient times, but really it wasn't when we didn't have Facebook.
And so I couldn't stalk anybody. You guys can stalk people. In a healthy way, please, no bad stalking, only good stalking, okay? But you all can do that, I couldn't. So I call them and they already have a baby, and then they say, luckily, they said we need to move because the husband's getting transferred out of state. They had no idea that that was gonna happen, that wasn't the plan. Look at how much I missed out on. And it was just sheer luck that I talked to them in a time frame that I could help them sell that house, because if I had not made that call, they would have moved on without me in. It could have. What if they couldn't find my number? What if they had me in their phone and their phone shot cracks and then they lost all their contacts? I can't trust that they're gonna find my number or it's still gonna be on their phone. So that was just me getting lucky. So you have to make certain that you're staying with these people and making sure that you're talking to them to know when do they need me.
When do they need me? And if you don't know what's going on in their life, then you don't know if they had one of those major events in which they do need you.
And isn't it kind of fun to congratulate somebody on a new baby? Isn't it kind of fun to congratulate somebody on a new job? Or an engagement? And also that gives you like, oh, housing needs, housing needs, housing needs. These are the different activities you can do to prospect and market to these people.
This is not everything. What's the difference between prospecting and marketing?
Does anybody remember?
Running. Walking.
Marketing?
And then prospecting was, marathon, running.
Ooh, close. That's the different types of lead gen, that some are a marathon and some are a sprint. But what's the difference between prospecting and marketing?
Prospecting is like when you have with the person,
You're going,
you're face to face.
Face to face, belly to belly. You're going to them, you're meeting with them,
So it's more personal.
more active, more direct. Marketing is something you're putting out there and hoping people come back to you. Versus the prospecting, I'm coming to you. Right? Marketing, I'm throwing it at you and hoping, so you should be prospecting based and marketing enhanced. Here's the power of marketing. It can give you a reason to reach out to them. You send them something, you post something, like on the seminars that I sponsor, that investing seminar, have been a great reason to post, and some of you did on your social media. We did this, anybody interested in learning more about what was discussed. And then they come to you. Or you can go out to them, it gives you a reason to say, hey, did you see my investing seminar? Have you ever thought about investing in real estate? You wanna meet, talk a little bit more? I said, yeah, I've got some interest. Make sense? So that prospecting is you going out to them. And the marketing is you're throwing stuff their way. It can be something you send in the mail that you follow up on. It can be like almost an introduction to a conversation. It should be something that creates interest. And it should, all your marketing or majority of your marketing should have a call to action, meaning, do they want to learn more? Do they click here for a free CMA? Do you want a winter maintenance guide of what to do for your house in winter? Click here. Something that they have to ask for, a call to action, not just putting out information. Offer, like if you posted what I did for the investing seminar, I created a booklet that you could then have followed up with. Okay, are we doing okay? Okay, thank you, Ava. Okay, I'll send you the information. And remember, I will find you if you don't fill out the survey. I know you will. I know you will. Tend to your database. It is your gold. It's kind of like the baby of the golden baby of your business. It is so important. And guard it with your life and make sure that you're tending to it. Choose the container, meaning command. You gotta house it someplace that you can use it. In your phone, yes, you can do a lot of things, but you can't track it as well. Right? You need to easily be able to see what you've been able to talk to them about and like I said, I keep copious notes in mine because the next time I reach out to you or you say I'm ready to move forward in real estate and I'm thinking, oh, I don't know who Ellie is. I don't. I look you up and then I'm like, oh yes, that's who Ellie is. I'll have the notes that'll tell me. And then make sure you're filling it out constantly. Then tag it. So that you can, I would have one of them, they don't have, on here, I'd have open house. I want all my open house leads to have a tag. And I'm gonna let them know every time I'm doing an open house. Even if I know it's really not their area, I wanna stay in front of them, and the way they're gonna identify with me the most is they met me at an open house. So I'm just gonna keep reinforcing that. Hey, I don't know if you're still out shopping. I'm gonna be hosting an open house. I'd love to see you again. We could talk about the what you're looking for. I think I might have some other houses that might be of interest. And if I take in good notes, I'll know just even 2 or 3 things that they want in a home. I do like this. This is the first time I've heard somebody doing a tag that's incomplete. So that's an easy way of being able to sort and know who you still have missing information on. I like that. That's the first time I've come across that. Touch plan. Remember, the office has 36, how many of you are on the 36 touch? Okay. Okay, you need to get your contacts on 36 touch. Jeffrey, all your contacts need to be on a 36 touch. And
How do I do that?
we will work on. Do you have everybody in your phone in command yet?
Yeah,
Okay, then all I need to do is hook you up with Ryan and I can do that with an email. And she'll reach out to you and tell you what she needs. And the office sets you up. You don't have to worry how to do it. We'll set you up. It would start the first of the next month. So they can't start your database mid-month, but they can get it all set up.
Because the 36 is the newsletter we want, right?
The newsletter and the 2 other emails will go out in a month.
But we don't have to pay like before anymore.
Free.
Because it was free.
If you want a more personalized one with specific information, then you would pay, Parker, that this one,
It's gonna be free.
it's free.
Yes.
Because I don't text it or email.
It's email.
Email, okay, I have a lot of, I need to get you this whole information.
But put on, as soon as you get everybody in command, put as many people as you have emails on right now, don't wait. And then you can build towards that.
I made a Google form to send out to people. and
Good.
Because I don't wanna just be like, hey, what's your email? So I just.
No, just say it. Well, you should all be in digital chalk doing my announcements, doing the announcement strategy that's in digital chalk. That lets people know, hey, I did something crazy. I did something really crazy. I got my real estate license. I like using humor. And then you can follow up and say, hey, did you see my announcement? I'm really excited about this journey. And it also gives me a great reason to just catch up with you. Don't feel like you have to hard sell people if you're just getting in touch with them to announce and to reconnect with them. Do more focus on reconnecting than trying to sell them, right? Because we're more worried, we're more concerned about the value of the relationship. Campaigns, those are the touch, the smart plans, that's what we call them. Automated.
That's what I love, and that's where they're telling people in here,
Well, here, the average person moves every 10 years. And if you are not talking to them all the time, then they're gonna be at the cell time and you're not gonna be communicating them at the right time.
so if they move on the average of every 10 years, but an unexpected event, remember I said birth, death, divorce.
Children, kids can change your needs. Make deposits when people are in the valleys to be their go-to person in the peaks when they take action. So if you're not talking to them during this time when they're not moving, or don't have plans to move, you are not top of mind. That's again where you say, do you need a plumber? Do you need a painter? Do you need a landscaper? Don't give them your whole list.
Because then they don't have a reason to come back to you when they need the next person. 36 touch.
We already have 36 touch for you. So we've already got the giveaways. There's a quarterly giveaway that happens with our 36 touch for the office. We already have great prizes for your contacts to be able to win. Brett's client won, and who was the other? Angel? No, Megan. Yeah, Megan's client won. We'll have 2 winners, in December. It's a quarterly one. It'll be one of those really fancy, whatever those coffee espresso machines. And then the organized is donating like 12 hours of organizing, which is over $850. Cool. Who wouldn't like their house organized? But you can layer on the extra touches. 36 is your minimum. I did more than 36 touches. I did a snail mail, 2 emails. I did your birthday. I did your house anniversary. I love holidays. I love holidays. She got a holiday card from me. I do Popeyes. And I did an event. But that's way more than 36. Way more. That's your baseline. That's your minimum.
To stay top of mind, because they'll forget you in 16 days that what you do for a living.
This is what a DTD2 looks like. A and W for the week. So you're talking to B and E. This just makes sure that you're getting through your database. You can use this for next year and then just change the week. This is the first week and then repeat it every quarter. So you know you get through your whole database once a quarter. And if you do, next year, if you sign up for all of my client seminars, you've got a quarterly event to talk and invite everybody to. It's not like you have to think, what am I going to talk to them about? What am I going to tell them?
Okay, you don't have to build a 36 touch.
But I do want you to think about your icing. Like I just said, are you gonna send birthday cards? I'm big on birthday cards. You all will get a birthday card from me and the coaches. Has anybody gotten a birthday card from me? Okay, got a birthday card. Okay, you will get one. If you're the rookie of the month, did you get Rising Star? Or rookie of the month? Yeah, you got a card?
Does that sound new?
Yes. from me and the coaches. You get a holiday card from me. When you were my client, I did all major holidays. My favorite was St. Patrick's Day. I've had a sketch of a castle. And then I would buy a lottery ticket for all my past clients. And I had a little message in there and said, if you hit it big, we'll go out and buy your dream castle. I got the most reaction out of that. Nobody was a big winner. I think the biggest winner was $20, but everybody got a big kick out of it. And I got more responses on that one than any of my other cards that I said. It's just fun. Back then, lottery tickets were $1. I think they're $2 now, but hey, that's not much for pastime. Yes. I should put in there, and if you win, Kristen gets some. But think of what's your icing gonna be? Because some of you might not be holiday nuts like I am. I have a disease called I just ordered from Michael's. They have 70% off on pumpkins, on fake pumpkins. I don't know if you know this, but fake pumpkins are expensive. I don't know what they're made out of, but for a 9-inch pumpkin, it was $50 for one. I mean, it's pretty good size. Got them 70% off. So I got these like big boxes of pumpkins, and my husband's like, "What are these for?" Decorating. Because we buy a lot of real pumpkins each year that start like, because it's been so warm, like my real pumpkins are barely gonna make it for Thanksgiving, and some of them I've already got to throw out because they've already started rotting. So I said, well, this will keep me from having to buy so many real pumpkins. Right, it just thinks I'm crazy. But I have a big barn and I just can fill it up, which I'm doing very good at.
Okay. Let's talk about Ford. What do you talk to people about in your database?
You focus on them. This is not about you, this is about them. Conversation about you will come up organically, okay? But this is about them. Ford is family.
You're gonna ask them, well, I wouldn't ask who lives in their household. I wouldn't ask that question. I would say, how are the kids? I know they have kids. How are your pets?
Can't believe I just saw that Ben just graduated from high school. Can't believe it.
Are you an empty nester now? Because that's a house sign for me. The housing sign for me.
Occupation, how's the job going? Find out if they still have the same job. We need to know. Because if they're in a company that has other offices across the United States, maybe they might get transferred. You don't know. How is their commute to work? How's that construction been on whatever area of town that probably was happening this summer, right? Do they need an in-home office? That was a big thing. We had a lot of sales during COVID, and a lot of it, not all of it, but there was a good portion of it is because people had to work from home, and a lot of people didn't have space that was suitable to work from home. And they sold their houses and they bought houses that had adequate at-home offices or setup that they could make. Recreation, what are they doing for fun? If you know they love snow skiing, where are you gonna go this winter? Do you think they'll have enough snow there? Right? Have you been skydiving lately? Judy likes to skydive. He has friends that skydive, right?
Yeah.
Reminisce about some of the dives. Do they have hobbies that you know of? Dreams, what, and recreation also, been on any fun trips? Hobbies, and then also dreams.
hey, I know your kid's headed to college soon. I wonder, have you ever thought that you might want to buy a piece of investment property while your kid's at college so they can live in that house, have roommates, and the roommates pay for the mortgage? Sweet. That's a really smart real estate investment. But you have to put that idea in their head, right? So you want to relate it to them. That's why your database, if you know things about them, put that information in there. You're not going to remember the ages of their kids. Probably. I don't. I just got the invitation for our granddaughter's birthday. I thought she was turning 7. No, she's turning 8. But it goes so fast. I'm like, how could you be 8? How did that happen? Here's another acronym. The LP Mama. LP Mama. When someone has shown interest in working with you to purchase a home, qualify leads by asking them questions. Again, this is about conversations, and how do you have conversations with people that are going to be impactful and show them how you can help them, and you gather valuable information. You need to know location, price, motivation. Do they have an agent already? Are they pre-approved? Can we schedule time to chat? I don't say, can we schedule an appointment? I say, can we schedule time to chat? Appointment sounds a little bit too, if somebody's a commitment phobe, that might turn them off. You can ask, again, these would be questions for sellers too. Felt, found conversation. I understand how you feel. When people have a misconception about real estate, or they have a complaint, or they don't, this is a bad market, this is, I don't want to do this, I don't want to work with an agent, I had a bad experience, whatever. You have to let them feel heard. I understand how you feel. Many people have felt this way. What we've found is you have to know how to respond to people when they're not having the most positive reaction to the conversation you're trying to have with them. And sometimes this happens. So you need to acknowledge, and you'll find this with your clients, your buyers and sellers. I'll never forget when I had, I think it was a buyer. We were negotiating inspections, I think, and I was trying to express to them where the sellers were coming from and how they had countered. And my buyer says to me, well, I think you're siding with them. No, I'm just trying to give you their perspective because this isn't a win-lose. Some people think that the negotiations are adversarial. Well, if you have that mindset, you're probably not going to come to agreement and have a deal. And some clients feel like it's a win or a lose, and they don't want to lose. Instead of, sometimes we all have to give. So that's where you have to acknowledge in the beginning how they're feeling. I understand you feel like this is giving up this much money. However, like on that sewer issue, here's the deal. I get how that doesn't sound fun, Mr. Seller, and that sounds like a lot of money. However, if we don't address this issue and negotiate it and find a resolution with this buyer, it's probably going to come up in any conversations with any other buyers, and they're going to want the same, because this has to do with the infrastructure of this home, and people want a working sewer. So it's not going to go away, but I understand how you feel. That's a bad surprise that we just had. And you didn't know because you haven't had issues, but it was just a matter of time before it would happen. Right? So you have to make them feel heard. Overcoming objections. So if you look on page 30, there are different objections that come up with clients. So you have to ask good questions. And people don't always know how to express what they want to say or what they need. Remember, I've said before, some of you have heard me say, just learning that a buyer wants to buy a 3-bedroom, 2-bath in Overland Park is not enough for you to do a good job. You need to know, do they have any special needs as far as vehicles? Do they need a 2-car, a 3-car? Do they have special hobbies? Do they have pets? Do they work from home? How are they gonna live? Do they love to entertain? Because that's gonna make a difference in the type of house they're probably gonna look at. Do they want an open floor plan? You know, people say, I want an open floor plan, and then they start seeing them and they're like, oh, maybe not. Empathize with them, being able to let potential clients know you're listening. If they know I hear your concerns and what you're wanting, then they're gonna trust you more. People trust you when they know you care. You will not get immediate trust from people, especially with people that you meet through an open house you didn't have a former relationship with. You're not going to earn their trust until they know you care. And asking the right questions and connecting with them shows you care. And then identify the real issues. What is it that's really truly important to them? What motivates them? Why do they want to move? Do they have to move? Or are they just kind of wanting to see if they could find a buy, a steal out there? Well, this isn't the market for a steal. I mean, houses are a little bit longer on the market, so you could maybe find some better deals than you could last year. And our job is to be a solution, a problem solver, really. Do they have a problem? Are they gonna have a challenge in selling their house? Because there's something about it that makes it a challenge to sell. What solutions can we recommend to them so that their house will be easier to sell? We are problem solvers. That's why you might have a buyer that you meet, Jody, but they'll say, oh, I've got credit issues. Being a problem solver, you're gonna say, let's get you with a lender. All the lenders work with really good credit repair companies. It's not something you wanna do on your own, because you could mess it up more. Let's get you with someone. Let's get that taken care of, because usually it takes a lot less time than you ever thought it would. Again, be a problem solver. Okay. What have you thought so far? We're right, just a hair over 4. You guys have been amazing, and I know you probably like breathed it. What have you thought so far?
I think it's a really good introduction into that book.
Yeah. Okay, let's do the survey. I'm gonna put up the QR code. If you guys will fill this out before you leave. I'm gonna do it too, because I haven't even looked at the questions. If you need the market center number on that third question where it says MC number, we are 396.
Oh, okay, I started to type in the new address.
That's okay. They say you can do that, but 396 would be easy. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Thanks.
Appreciate you being here very much.
It's very easy.
Good.
I can take this, right?
Yes, that is yours, sir. Oh, and I also will email you, the discount code that you'll get. The link to Keller Inc. is on the back of your, workbook, but don't place your order yet. Do it with the link that I'm gonna give you.
How much is it?
It is $20. It is normally $25. You'll get it for 20 with the discount code.
Okay, how long is that code good for?
I don't know. I don't know. I can ask, but they didn't say.
Cause I probably won't have $20 until. Maybe next month.
Okay, okay. I think it'll last a lot. But I can definitely find out.
Thanks.
Thank you. Be careful going home.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Has it been storming?
I don't know.
Cause it was kind of overcast.
Oh,
Storming something.
yeah, I think it's been cloudy, but.
Huh.
Hopefully not.
No, I just saw your text.
I appreciate you guys being here and participating all day, and I really appreciate you doing the survey and the feedback for them.
It was really nice.
Good. And I'm glad I got to spend as much time with you guys. It's actually pretty fun.
Just a moment.
You're so welcome. I know that was a big chunk of time, so I know, I just want you to know, I truly appreciate it. Okay. See you later. Bye.
Old bones, old joints. Feel like my booty was flat, Jerry.
Yeah, that's why I can't sit that long. I'm
It's like a smaller version.